Yes, this is a pretty big show. Unfortunately, they have not put up the preview on WWE's website. So I would kind of break into that now, but we don't actually have one lined up. Thankfully, I do know a lot of the matches off the top of my head. So we've got Blake Monroe against Thea Hale. That is for the women's mid-card championship. Obviously, we've got the big title being defended, Oba and Leon. That is a big deal, of course. Championship on the line. A lot of people wondering if Oba is going to be losing that belt, but I don't know. I'm not sure that he will tonight, to be honest. I could see him getting past Leon. The thing with Leon is a TNA talent, right? And I know that that shouldn't matter, but if he was NXT talent, I'd feel a bit more confident. But I don't know. Are we really going to put the belt on a TNA talent tonight? I mean, it might happen at some point. I mean, it'll be crazy, though. It'll be a real newsworthy moment if Leon Slater is the one that gets past Oba Femi. I just go back to what I normally say, which is the whole likelihood thing. Like, what is likely, what is unlikely? I think it's more likely Oba retains than it is that Leon wins the title. I mean, it's interesting, though, because they are teasing Oba going to the main roster. So in that regard, I totally understand why people think that Leon could do it. But he's a TNA signed person. I mean, how much are we going to be able to use him? I mean, without knowing what the arrangement is, it's tricky. Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one, honestly. If that was say Tony D'Angelo, no brainer, Tony wins. If that was Ricky Saints, no brainer, Ricky wins. Leon Slater is such a good opponent because of him being TNA. There's just that seed of doubt. It's really good. And you know, they've done the exact same with Jacy and Kendal as well, because Kendal, I don't even know that she's officially an NXT talent. She's like the Women's Evolve champion. And I kind of look at that and go, nah, I don't think she's quite ready to be like the champion NXT. I don't think they're going to do it. But honestly, I mean, Jacy could get called up. I mean, we are calling up a load of people. Jacy is absolutely ready. Like, she's had some really good matches. She can cut a promo. She knows who she is. You can absolutely call up Jacy Jayne. No problem whatsoever. I think this title run for her has really developed her as a performer. It's given her loads of consistent TV time, loads of big matches. She's done so well in them. The match quality of them has been really good, actually. It's not like she's been delivering 4, 5 out of 10. She's been delivering like 7 out of 10 plus on a consistent basis. Promo-wise, she's very good. Very good with her promos. So I look at that and I'm like, well, Jacy surely goes up soon. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be any time like now. And she probably is favourite here against Kendal. But yeah, there's a bit of doubt there, to be honest. There's a bit of doubt. I think Jacy retains. I think Oba retains, but I just don't know. I'd like to know what you lot think. Let's have a look, shall we? Who leaves as NXT champion? If it was Tony, no brainer, Tony. Ethan. Ricky. Even flipping, I don't know, who else have we got around? Josh Briggs. I might be like, yeah, I think Briggs could do this. You know, he's a big guy, and I think they really like him. And Oba's going to the main roster, but it's just because Leon is a TNA talent that it's got me like, I just don't know. Maybe Oba retains and carries the NXT title on the main roster for a bit. They have said that the call-ups are not like they used to be anymore. There was a report a little while ago, which was about how you can finish off stories whilst being on the main roster. It's not like you have to go straight up and that's it. You know, you can still go back to NXT and just do the odd bit and bob. So, you know, it could be that Oba wins here, but then loses whatever the NXT show is going to be at the end of this month. I mean, whatever the next like takeover type PLE NXT show is, which I don't know off the top of my head, whatever that is, you know, he could carry the belt to that and lose it there. Absolutely, he could do that. You could even put the NXT title on the line on a PLE if you've got a big enough opponent. I mean, you could do Oba against a decent name and put it on a PLE. I don't think they'll do that, but I'm just saying there are options. So let's see what you lot think. Oba Leon, NXT title, very interesting. Jacy Kendal for the women's title, very interesting. Thea Blake for the North American title, very interesting. And it is very interesting because we know that was not meant to happen. I've really enjoyed this because I love the fact it was not meant to happen. It's not bad booking. Thea was pretty cold. She hadn't really done anything, but, you know, she's not the kind of person we expected to win that belt. And so to find out she was not meant to win it and, you know, it was just a bit of a mistake that had happened during the pinfall, you kind of go, oh, God, that's brilliant. I think that's great. Because the thing with sports is you do get these upsets, right? And so it's okay for us to get them once in a while, certainly if we was not meant to be getting it. Right. So, you know, for me, I've been very critical of the Maxine Dupree thing because for me, I'm just not a fan of that. But that wasn't even clean. That was because of AJ Lee getting involved. So that's not really like an upset. That was, you know, AJ Lee coming out and distracting and, you know, whatever. There was more to that than just what we got with Thea. Thea won clean. She won clean. And we know it was not meant to happen. And it kind of took us down this road we were not expecting to go down. And I've kind of been enjoying it, honestly, as a result. I mean, it's kind of interesting to know how WWE deal with this. It's kind of interesting to know. I'm really interested to know what they do going forward now. Are you going to just go back to where we were meant to be and go back to Blake being champ and go down that road? Or are you now going to change and go down this road, which is the Thea road, which we didn't have plans for and was not meant to happen? I am more excited by staying with Thea because I'm more excited about exploring that than I am, you know, going into the Blake thing. But this is why tonight's match is going to be interesting, because which one do they choose? Do they choose their original path, or are they going to choose this alternative reality that we're not meant to be in? It's like a glitch in the Matrix, which I think is really good. So that match has got... So title match with Oba has got me. Title match with Jacy has got me, because we really love Kendal. I mean, what a performer. Thea against Blake has got me. Tatum against Izzy has got me. The only thing I'd say is we saw them wrestle not long ago, and it was not very good, because whoever produced that match brought too much story into the match. Like, story in matches good, but not when you're stopping every minute or so to do something on the outside. I mean, I think there was a moment where, like, Sean Spears had the doll and, like, Tatum was, like, worried about the doll, and you're like, what am I watching here? I mean, you've kind of done the story to get us to this match. Tatum and Izzy hate each other now, and so we want to see them rip each other apart. That's the story, right? Is there's this whole betrayal. Like, I don't really need, like, these moments in the match where Izzy's trying to convince Tatum that she's sorry, only to then betray her, only to then moments later try to convince her that she's sorry again. And it's like, what's this? What's this? You've got this wrong. Like, you've got this wrong. So for me, like, that last match was not good. I personally didn't enjoy it. Hopefully, this match is going to be more of what we were kind of looking for, and that is, this is going to be the banger. This is going to be the match that we are hoping, which is two women that just hate each other, that are just going to rip each other apart and kind of go at each other. I don't need any of that, oh, I'm sorry, please, all that kind of nonsense, right? I think that ship has very much sailed. What I would say is, I think you could have done it once in that last match. I'm not down on that. My point is, there was too much of that stuff. It got too much. That kind of less is more approach is better. And I think there was just too many occasions where we were doing that sort of thing. So had we have done it once and it had been done well, like, that's kind of the problem with modern wrestling, isn't it? Is that you do all these big elaborate moves, but you just keep doing them, and then, you just on to the next thing, rather than doing something big, which is really built up, and then you deliver it and it looks amazing and everyone talks about it and it's an amazing moment. You get all these like moments that just don't really mean anything, and it's just move. That's the criticism you hear from the old timers like Undertaker. Like, you're doing all these moves, but they're not things that people remember. As soon as you've done that death-defying, springboard into the outside, the crowd will applaud, but then it's like, what you got for me now? And it just doesn't mean anything. So it's better to kind of do a few things and really deliver them and build up to them and, deliver it and make a big thing out of it than it is just to chuck a load of stuff in there that just doesn't really mean anything. And I think they were guilty of that with Izzy, Tatum, with some of those moments, storyline points that they brought in. They just didn't really mean anything. They were just there, and just took away from the match for me. So I'm hoping this one will be better. So, yes, it should be a big show tonight. I think the card looks very, very good. I am a big fan of what they've got on deck tonight. Big fan of Kendal Gray. Brilliant talent. Leon Slater. I mean, who's not a fan of Leon Slater? Brilliant talent as well. A little unpredictable. I mean, at the moment, you lot are about 66% Oba retains, and about 34% Leon is going to get it. So I think a lot of you have got that same sort of concern I've got about, are we really going to put the belt on a TNA contracted talent? Are we really going to switch that belt over? When you can just have Oba carry it on the main roster, no problem. Just have him defend it at the next big NXT show. Or are we going to shock the world? And tonight is the night that I believe for the very first time that a non-WWE contracted talent is going to win the NXT championship. I don't think that's happened before. We have, obviously, Trick Williams has had the TNA title, but I don't believe that we have had anyone win the NXT championship that's not WWE contracted. Right, let's go over to the messages. Keep the dream, shout out to you. Do we think WWE is struggling to build title champs? Priest, Dupree, Dragunov all got belts coming from a cold build. Well, honestly, I think Maxine Dupree, I can understand, right? I don't like it, but I think I can understand it. I think that Becky is someone that prides herself on trying to put people over. I remember her doing the same with Liv Morgan, actually. So, Liv got injured. I think I can't remember when she got injured, but she picked up an injury. It was ages ago. And it is a long time ago, years ago. And Becky said to her, look, when you come back, I'm gonna help you become a champ. And she said, we're gonna do this. Like, I believe in you, yeah? And I think Becky gets a kick out of putting her arm around girls that are coming through and saying, I'm gonna help you, right? I think Becky is genuinely, I think she is a lovely person in real life, right? I'd be very surprised to hear horror stories about her backstage being a diva. I don't think anyone's got that impression of Becky, that she's a diva. I think actually she's someone that has lived a life, you know? I mean, she kind of stepped out of wrestling for a while and came back to it. So I think she knows what real life is like and what hard work is all about. And I think that that has actually done her really well. I would say the same for me in the sense of I'm really fortunate that I did not leave school and go straight into doing this, because I don't think you would have experienced real life. Like, I worked for 15 years in retail, having to get up early, go to work, working 10, 12-hour shifts, and doing that on a regular basis. I didn't have to do 10, 12-hour shifts, but I stuck around because I wanted to get on. I had no alternative, right? I didn't have anything else going on in my life. So it was either that worked for me or I was screwed. So I had to make it work. And so one of the ways you do that is by putting the hours in, right? And that kind of mindset, that kind of hard work, I think it makes you really appreciate how hard life is. I think it gives you a good work ethic. And I think, it gives you a good, healthy mindset as well, right? If you could imagine if you left school, did some videos, went viral quite early and things were quite easy. Well, I don't know, man. I think that messes with a young mind, honestly. So I think that Becky, for me, has, lived a life. She's done, some hard graft. She's come through the indies. It did not get handed to her at all. And I think that as a result, now she's in a position where she's at the very, very top. I think she's a great person that's, willing to put the arm around people and kind of pull some people up, right? If they deserve it, if she feels that, they're not taking the mick or anything. And I think she's looked at Liv Morgan and gone, do you know what? You're putting the work in. I want to help you. And so she said, I'm going to help you become a champ. And I think she played a part in that, to be honest. I think she took on Liv at day one, and that felt really early for Liv. It didn't feel quite right. I don't think Liv had quite worked it out. I think Becky was trying to help her. And I think that, at the time I was critical of it because it didn't feel like Liv was ready. Liv would become ready and would get there. But at the time, it didn't feel quite right. But Becky wanted to do it. I am not surprised that we are now sat here saying the exact same thing about Maxine Dupree. I don't think Maxine was ready to be the Intercontinental Champion. She was cold. We never built her up. For me, it was, a bad story, bad creative. I really didn't like it. It's done now, but for me, that's one of my least favorite things I've seen in the past few years. And, I've kind of expressed that repeatedly. But I can understand why it happened. I would not be shocked to find out that Becky wanted to use this time to try and elevate people. And one of the people that she wanted to elevate was Maxine. Maxine, how about we do some matches? And, how about this, right? How about I drop the belt to you? We can have AJ Lee distract so that explains it. I can then crash out about it. You can have a little run with the belt and then you drop it back to me. But, this will give you some credibility. You can sort of see the mindset. You can sort of understand why that would happen. And I think there's probably something in that. So I don't think it was more about Maxine being a champ and being a long-term champ and all that stuff. I think it was just more Becky trying to help. I could really believe Becky being a driving force behind that. I might turn out to be incorrect, and it might have come from Triple H, and it might have been his brainchild. But I've just seen Becky do this before. So I think that there's a chance that she was the driving force behind that. So I would put that one to one side. Ilya Dragunov, I think that we didn't struggle to build him. I think that he was going to be that mid-card champ anyway, but he got injured for a year, didn't he? So the problem was we got robbed of 12 months of Ilya builds. So when he came back, do you then start building him or do you just pull the trigger? And actually, I'm going to say, I think Sammy might have also done the exact same thing that I said Becky did. Sammy might have also been the one that said, look, I think Ilya's the right person to drop this to. Because everyone knows how good Ilya Dragunov is. I mean, if you watched him in NXT and you watched him in NXT UK, he is someone who is intense. He is like Sammy turned up to 11. Like, Sammy is amazing in the ring and a brilliant, passionate promo. Ilya Dragunov is that, but just the next level of intensity. And I think that Sammy would really appreciate Ilya's work, as do I. I'm a big fan of Sammy. I'm a big fan of Ilya because that's what I look for. I look for people that are good in ring, good promos, that, you know, when it's time for their matches or their segments, I can look forward to it. I know it's going to deliver. You know, if there's a Sammy segment, I look forward to it. If he's in a match, it's going to bang. If he's in a promo, he's gonna say something. Yeah, it's gonna have some fire. It's gonna be worth watching. And so that's why I'm a Sammy fan, because he consistently delivers for me, as does Ilya. Ilya is cut from that same cloth. So I don't think that it's a struggle of a build for Ilya. I think, unfortunately, we just missed the build because of the 12 months injury. I think he would have got there anyway, and I would not have been shocked for Sammy to have played a part in saying, now Ilya's back. I think that is the person, and for us to have gone that way for that reason. So I can sort of explain Maxine. I can sort of explain Ilya. Damian Priest, we did try to build. You might remember he had Money in the Bank. So he won Money in the Bank back in, what was it, June or something. And then he doesn't cash it in until WrestleMania, because that was a cash in, wasn't it? So remember, he was walking around with the purple Money in the Bank. So whilst he had that, there was a lot of talk about him potentially being the next world champion. The thing with Money in the Bank is once you've got that, you've got the shortcut. So I don't actually think, if you've got Money in the Bank, I don't think you need to be built too much, because you've got the shortcut. I mean, you're done. You don't need to win any tournament. You don't need to win any qualifying matches. You don't need to go through some epic big match. I mean, you just need to strike at the right place at the right time and you become world champion, right? Then the work begins for, you know, bringing you credibility, right? So for me, I think that if you've got Money in the Bank, like, that should be the builds in itself, really. Because if you've got Money in the Bank, everyone should be looking at you as potentially the future next world champion, because cash-ins are more successful than not. So if you've got Money in the Bank, the chances are you are going to successfully cash in. So I think Damian had that briefcase for a long time, and he had gone months and months and months with it. I mean, I think coming up to nearly a year, 10 months, whatever. And so for me, all the time he had that, people should have been viewing him as being, future world champion. He cashes it in and he gets it. There's a big celebration. I think the problem you've got, though, is once he's got the belt, that's when the issue kicks in. Because then all of a sudden, then you need the skills to be able to carry it. And I don't think the build was the problem. I think Damian's skills are the problem. And I think he's got some deficiencies. And I think there are some areas that he needs to improve. And I think that he got given the ball and fumbled it. I don't think the build for that was the problem. I think it was when he had the belt that was the problem. So do I think they've got a problem in building people? I would say from the examples that you've given, I can explain them all. That I don't think that's an issue with build. I do think the Maxine one was, but I think I can understand why it happened. In regards to just in general, is there an issue with builds? To be honest, I think there is an issue with the rosters, which is causing other issues at the moment. I mean, who is going to take the belt from Jade? It's probably going to be Bianca, and we can probably build that because it'll be at WrestleMania, so that should be fine. Who's going to take the belt from Cody? Well, we don't know. I don't think it's Drew this weekend. But if it is Drew, that won't be a problem, will it? No one is going to say that Drew wasn't built or isn't ready. A lot of people are saying he's absolutely ready and he should win that belt. So if Drew does win it, that's not an issue. If it's Randy, I don't think that's going to be an issue. And honestly, if it's Roman, that's not going to be an issue. So actually, I don't think the Cody situation is a problem. Who's got the belt on the other way? It's CM Punk, isn't it? So who's going to get that from Punk? If it's Braun and it's going to be at WrestleMania, I've got to think we're going to build that now. I think, Braun's going to come back. So he's failed last night. I'm sure he's going to rebuild, and maybe WrestleMania is where that goes down. And I don't think people will criticize that build. I mean, we're very fortunate, aren't we? Because we're about to enter a whole building period. I mean, WrestleMania season is all about building and building to matches. So, no, I think at the moment we're okay. We're in a good time of year for it. And I think any issues we've just had might be because we just didn't have the right rosters in place. And there's been a few injuries and a bit of whatever. So it's a very interesting conversation. I think that we need to get the rosters sorted, which they're doing. I mean, we've just called up a load of people and we need to get the right pieces in the right places. But we're just about to enter a period where this is going to be fine. Because this season is all about building. It's all about building to WrestleMania. James Payne's video stream. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. David said, this broke earlier. Netflix is getting WWE back catalogue in the US. The new ESPN app is getting the NXT PLEs after the Peacock deal ends. David, thank you. And James Payne's video. Shout out to you, buds. So there we go. We're up to date with all of that. Benny said, did you see the funny tweet where a picture of Triple H and Tony, AI was asked to remove the worst booker and it removed Triple H, and then the dastardly Tony Khan thanked AI? I did see that. There's a few of those doing the rounds, actually. There was another one that had a picture of Triple H and The Rock. And someone said, Grok, can you remove the bold fraud? And Grok removed Triple H. I mean, the way that I think Grok is working is, it's looking at the comments people are making. And it is seeing that at the moment, for 2025, people obviously had a bigger issue with Triple H's booking than they did Tony Khan's. So if you say, get rid of the worst booker, I think all that's happening is that Grok is just looking at the comments people have posted online. And it's no surprise to me and no surprise to you that the criticism for Triple H's booking in 2025 was louder than the criticism for Tony Khan's booking. So if you say right now, get rid of the worst booker, it's going to get rid of Triple H. If you'd have said get rid of the worst booker a year or two ago, it would have got rid of Tony Khan. So I think all it's doing is it's just looking at the tweets and the comments being made in reviews and stuff like that where people are criticising the booking. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's anything more than that. But, it's a fun little moment, isn't it? And, there was another one, as I said, where it had Triple H and it had The Rock. And someone said, get rid of the bold fraud. And Grok got rid of Triple H. Daze, do we think Bex drops the belt to Ivy Nile to help her build, says Corey. Well, Corey, shout out to you. That's an excellent comment, because I think that's definitely something that could happen. The only thing I would say is I don't know that you would do it so soon after the Maxine Dupree thing, but if because the thing with Maxine Dupree is I think that she's been put in a very unfortunate situation. She should be an NXT talent, right? I don't know why she got picked to be the Maximum Male Models girl. I don't know. I mean, maybe they just liked her look and bubbly personality, and they were just like, she's the right fit. But she got picked to do that. And so she got brought up not as a wrestler, but she got brought up as like a mouthpiece, right? And so she was like, you know, Maxine Dupree. She was Max Dupree's sister. And so Maximum Male Models falls apart. She finds her way into Alpha Academy. It's whilst being in Alpha Academy that we start to actually get her to wrestle, and we get her having matches. And we all know how badly that goes. I mean, there is famously someone at a live event that yelled out, "You can't wrestle," to her. And I think that was a bit of a turning point, actually, because genuinely that is how people felt. You know, you're not really good enough to be on the main roster. You should be in NXT. But it's not her fault, is it? I mean, like, if someone said to you, do you want to be on the main roster? We're going to pay you main roster money. You'd be like, yes, please. And, you know, do you want to earn 80 to 100,000 in NXT, or do you want to earn 300 odd thousand and be on the main roster and travel the world? I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? So, you know, she goes to the main roster, but she's NXT standards. I mean, she's barely had any NXT matches. You can actually go on her cage match and see that I think her first official match is a Raw match, which is mental. It's very reminiscent of like Eva Marie. It's very reminiscent of the girls that I had a problem with in the past that were brought in for their looks. They were not brought in because they were good wrestlers. They were brought in for their looks as part of like the Divas search. And then, you know, we had to do something with them, so we put them in the ring. But they weren't good, and they hadn't been like trained up, and they had no experience. And, you know, famously, you know, someone I had a problem with when the channel first started was Eva Marie, because she came through the Diva search. She got the job in WWE because of her looks, and then they tried to turn her into a wrestler, and you can imagine the results were not very good, right? Unfortunately, Maxine Dupree has kind of been in that situation where, I'm not saying she was brought up for her looks, but I don't think her looks hurt. I think she was brought up because I think there's a bit of a bubbly personality there as well. And, you know, she got shouted, someone yelled out, you know, "You can't wrestle," to her. There was then this big conversation about should fans be allowed to say those things at live events. And there was this big conversation about, was that too far? I actually don't know. I mean, no conclusion was ever reached, and there was a varying of opinion. If you pay your money, should you be allowed to say what you want? You know, is it wrong for you to boo certain people and cheer others? No, I wouldn't say that's a problem. But is it a problem if you say you can't wrestle to someone? Well, I don't know. I mean, what if you said that to Gunther? It would be fine, wouldn't it? If Gunther came walking down to the ring and someone yelled out, "You can't wrestle," you know, is that a problem? But because it was said to Maxine Dupree, and I think everyone knew it was true, all of a sudden it hit different. I mean, if you say to Gunther, "You can't wrestle," people know that's just a bit of a troll, right? Because he can. We know he can. But if you say it to Maxine Dupree, all of a sudden people get upset because there is this degree of truth to it. And people got upset online about it. And there was this big conversation. So I think, you know, she was unfortunate to be in that situation. She should have been in NXT. But they just kept her around on the main roster, kept her in Alpha Academy and all this kind of stuff, yeah? And as we said, she has been putting the work in. I don't dispute that. I'm sure she has been working at the dungeon and all this kind of stuff. And so for me, the next natural step is to give her main event matches, give her some low-end feuds and all this kind of stuff. The problem I had was giving her the belt. I mean, for me, the Intercontinental Championship means something. I grew up with the IC title being Bret Hart against the British Bulldog. I grew up with the IC title being Jericho and Shawn Michaels. And I think we can all remember some of our favourite Intercontinental champions, yeah? So for me, the Intercontinental Championship is valuable. And I know the women's title has only just been introduced, but I still view that the same as the men's. I don't have a reason not to. For me, it is a valuable title that matters, means something, and, you know, is like a workhorse title and is a belt that you put on someone that's going to go on and become a world champion, yeah? Think of Mr. Perfect getting that Intercontinental Championship or the Texas Tornado. You wouldn't have been shocked if Hogan was not around at that time, but you wouldn't have been shocked if they'd have gone on to become a champ. Imagine if we had 2 world titles back in the golden era like we do now. Would you have been shocked if Mr. Perfect had one of them? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. That wouldn't have shocked me. I could have seen us putting the belt on Mr. Perfect. I could have seen us putting the belt on Rowdy Roddy Piper. I could have seen Jake the Snake having a run with a secondary world title back in the late 80s. So, that Intercontinental Championship, to me, just means something. So, for me, this is where we just jumped the shark. We overreached. We went too far. Could we do it with Ivy Nile? I think Becky, if she liked Ivy and believed that she had the right mentality and was worthy of being helped. I mean, you never know what people are like backstage. If they're douches, I don't think she's going to want to help them. And I do genuinely think Maxine is a nice person backstage. I mean, when she won, there was a lot of people saying hard work pays off and all this nonsense, right? Because, to be honest, I think there is a lot of people that just genuinely like her and they, want her to succeed. So I think there is a lot of goodwill towards her. I'm sure there is for Ivy as well. I've never heard any problems. So I'm sure there is for Ivy. And I'm sure Ivy is also putting the work in. I'm sure she is also someone of that similar kind of... I think she's further along when it comes to her in-ring skills. But I think that there probably is, some goodwill towards Ivy as well, yes. But I don't know. The problem you've got is Becky going to do that so soon after doing it for Maxine? And I think my answer to that would be no. I think you've done it. You've helped someone. You've given them a run. I think Becky would absolutely defend against Ivy and give her the spotlight and do a feuds. I could see Becky wanting to elevate Ivy by getting her out of catering, giving her TV time, giving her TV matches, giving her promo time, having her work with a top talent like Becky. I mean, that is a way that you can help someone. So I think she will help her in that regard. But do I think she will drop the title to her to win it back again? No, I think we've just done that trick. I think we've just done it with Maxine. And I don't think that Becky will look to do it again so soon. Had she have not done it with Maxine, then yes, I think she could have done it with Ivy. Because again, I think this is what Becky is. I think Becky is someone that wants to help. I mean, Becky doesn't care, does she? Becky knows that she is going to get a top women's championship match in the future. She's Becky Lynch. Yeah, she knows that she is going to be at WrestleMania in a title match in the future. There's no doubt about that. She's a first ballot Hall of Famer. She's the first woman to win the main event of WrestleMania. You cannot tell the history of women's wrestling without talking about Becky Lynch. So Becky Lynch is very comfortable. Very comfortable. She knows she's got a job for life. As long as she doesn't do anything stupid, she's got a job for life. She's going to get opportunity in the future. It's just that it's not her time right now. We're trying to bring through Stephanie. We're trying to bring through Julia. We're trying to bring through Jade. There's just other focuses. Yeah. And so Becky's fine with that. She knows her value. She knows that when Stephanie needs a big match for SummerSlam, they're going to turn to Becky. Or they could turn to Becky. She knows that if Jade needs a big match for WrestleMania, they could turn to Becky. She's very comfortable. So, as a result, it's no skin off her nose to just, help girls while she's around the Intercontinental title picture. It's no bother to her whatsoever. So, yeah, that's why I think we've just done what we've done with Maxine. I still don't agree with it because I think that belt has value and I think you should respect that title, and just putting it on someone because you want to help them is not a good enough reason to make someone a champion. So for me, that's why I push back hard on it. But I think this is, I would not be shocked to find out that Becky has driven that and that she has been kind of behind that. So yeah, Corey, I think you make a really good point, and I think it could have happened with Ivy, but I don't think it does now because we've just done it. See, shout out to you. Said, I'm interested with AJ retiring this year. If you had to rate his decade-long run out of 10, what would we rate it and why? I'd give it a 7. The reason why is because I think that there's a lot left on the table. I think there was a long period of time, probably from like 2019 through to maybe even now, really to a degree, where we've had kind of mixed results. I mean, his tag team with Omos was really in the benefit of Omos. It wasn't in the benefit of AJ. If I think about like Pandemic, I can remember him winning like the Intercontinental Championship against Daniel Bryan, which was a good little program. I remember Abyss being his assistant, and that was a fun little moment. But these are not massive things, you know? I think when you've got someone that's a generational talent like AJ Styles, he probably should have been around the top end of the card more than what he has been. I feel like he got pushed to the sides too much. I feel like he got Finn Balor. You know, Finn Balor, exactly the same. And I think AJ, exactly the same. You know, if you think the top end of this card could have featured Demon Finn and AJ Styles, and they could have been battling Seth with world heavyweight title matches. Like, in a way, I think that's kind of what we expected in 2017, 2018, was that we would have AJ, Finn, Seth, and those kinds of names battling around that world heavyweight championship. It's not gone that way. Finn Balor has been Universal Champion once for 24 hours. AJ Styles has won the top title. I can't tell you the last time he won it, though. I can't remember the last time he won it. I think the first few years that AJ comes in are his best years. His debut at the Rumble is fantastic. 2016 for him was really, really good. I mean, he feuds with a lot of big names that year, most notably John Cena. And those are some of John Cena's best ever matches. And so that's why when it was time for John to have his retirement year, one of the matches was against AJ Styles. Rightfully so. AJ gave John some of his best ever matches, certainly Cena's best matches in that period of his career. And we revisit that feuds in what turned out to be, for many people, the best match of 2025. Debatable. You know, there's lots of great contenders, but I can tell you ESPN just yesterday voted AJ Styles, John Cena, the best match of 2025. And that was across AEW, WWE, everything, because AEW won some awards. But best match went to AJ Styles, John Cena. So if we look at his debut, we look at the fact that he won the WWE Championship. I mean, at WrestleMania 34, which was 2018, he was WWE champ and goes up against Shinsuke. Now, the match is not what we were kind of looking for. It was a little underwhelming. But it was still a good build, and he was champ at that time. So, you know, 2016, 2017, his match with John Cena at the Rumble, championship reigns. I would say, you know, those first few years going into the pandemic, and don't forget, you know, had we not have had the pandemic, it would have been AJ Styles Undertaker in a ring at WrestleMania 36. Instead, we have to do a Boneyard match, which is still regarded as one of, if not the best cinematic matches. I mean, you know, it's Undertaker's last match. So, I mean, that's great. So, you know, but I can't help. I know I'm giving it a lot of praise, but I can't help but then talk about 2021, 2022, 2023. You know, these are bad years for AJ Styles. These are him against Omos. There's a lot of injury. There's a lot of him with Gallows and Anderson. I mean, these are just lost years for me. There's some really good stuff in that first stage, and then some really bad stuff. So some people might say that it was higher than a 7. They might say it was an 8 or something. And maybe those years that we lost are what take the score down just a little bit. Perhaps the good really outweighs the bads. I think the good outweighs the bad for me. I think those first few years were excellent. I still think he's got one of the best Royal Rumble moments ever. Wins the top title, which is huge, obviously, you know, box ticked. And then, of course, we've seen a bit of a resurgence now, which is really good to see. So his match with Cena, fantastic. About to go into a feud with Gunther. I mean, that match on Friday, I'm sure is going to be a banger. With him coming up to retirement as well, I've got to think and hope that whatever we do now is going to be valuable and is going to add to his legacy. So I'd probably say 7. I think that's lots of goods. But I can't help but just get frustrated, particularly at back end of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Anything that involves Gallows and Anderson, bin it. Anything that involves Omos, bin it. Yeah? Do something else. Get him back around a heavyweight championship. Because I just think you've got this generational talent that we have just messed around with. I mean, doesn't he have a match with, like, Shane McMahon at one of the WrestleManias? And it's like, why are we doing that? You know? I mean, I think the match was fine, actually. I don't think it was a stinker, but are you telling me that was the best option? Like, you've got one of the best in-ring talents, and that's what we're doing with him. Like, I feel like there's a lot of title runs that he could have had, maybe a Rumble win he could have had, maybe a King of the Ring he should have won. I feel like there's definitely things out there that he should have achieved that he hasn't achieved because of injury, but also because he definitely got pushed to the side. Definitely we focused on other people, and I think that's a real shame. And listen, I mean, I don't know what score we will end up giving Finn Balor. I think it would be lower, but you know, Finn has just been the same. The only difference is he has had less runs with top titles. And he is someone that has had a lot of TV time, but has it been meaningful? Or has it just been TV time? It's just a lot of him being with Judgment Day, isn't it? And just faffing around for years. Very frustrating. So yeah, about a 7. I think there was definite room for improvement, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. You know, it could have been 10 years of like 2021, 2022, 2023. You could even say 2024. I mean, there wasn't really anything last year. In 2024, sorry. There wasn't even really much last year. Perhaps it should be lower than a 7. Perhaps 7's being a bit too generous, but I do remember the impact of those first few years. They were fantastic. 2016, 2017, and the crowd were with him as well. There was so much excitement. Do you know, one of the very first reaction sort of videos I ever saw was when AJ came back at the Rumble in 2016. And there was a guy who was, he had his camera on. I don't know why they had it on, but he had his phone set up in the corner of the room and he was recording his reaction and he was watching the Rumble with his family. And I remember that as soon as AJ comes back, he stood up and he was like, oh my God, you don't understand. This is my favorite wrestler, AJ Styles. Like, and he was freaking out about AJ being in the Rumble. And that little clip went viral. And on the Edge and Christian show, they actually brought that guy on so that he could meet AJ Styles. And that was one of the very first sort of like reaction clips that I ever saw. And I thought that was such a cool like moment. I thought that was so great that, like, you know, his favorite wrestler was now in WWE. And then he ended up going on to the Edge and Christian show and going on to meet him and everything. I thought it was just a really good, feel-good moment, and it was great. So from the very moment he arrives, he's, you know, making an impact. And as I said, those first few years were really, really good. I'd say it's when we get to the pandemic that things kind of take a turn for the worse, but you could say that about most people. But maybe they want Leon to be Javon's replacement, said Robbie. Maybe they're going to push him to the moon. Maybe they don't anticipate losing Javon this soon. So they cash in his opportunity with Leon. Yeah, maybe. I think it's really hard, isn't it, because of him being a TNA talent, to sort of... I'm finding it hard to kind of believe that we're going to put the belt on him tonight, because that would be a big moment. He's definitely someone that could do it, because I think if you try and match power with Oba, you're going to fall short. So that's probably not the right approach. So how do you beat Oba? Perhaps like one of the ways of doing it is by speed, agility, hitting him with lots of shots, avoiding Oba's offense. And, that's sadly a side of wrestling we don't ever talk about. We never talk about matchups and what styles might do well against other people, because obviously it's not a real sport. We tend to go into, why are they booking this? Why are they booking that? Yeah. If this was more of a sport, then we would talk a lot more about the attributes of everyone, and we would talk more about speed, agility, strength, who's stronger, who's got the advantage in these areas, blah, 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 blah. And that would be good, actually, if we was able to do that. We can't really, because those things don't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how big you are, how small you are, how strong you are, how quick you are. If WWE like you, you're going to win. And if WWE want you to be champ, you're going to be champ. It doesn't really matter. Like, your attributes don't massively, contribute. So that's why we don't talk about it. But, it's one of those situations where if this was a real sport, then maybe Leon or someone like Leon would stand a better chance. If someone that's just got a bit of power goes in and tries to outpower Oba, they're probably not going to do it. But someone like Leon that's got that agility, that's got such an unorthodox attack, such a varied moveset, that, I think it's really interesting that actually from a sports point of view, he could be a really good challenge. Oba found a way past Javon, though. And of course, Leon is just kind of another version of Javon, but I don't know. You could make an argument that this is an interesting challenge for Oba. I don't think that if Leon wins, it's like, why have they chosen that guy? I mean, he's such an amazing talent. It's big, though, isn't it? I mean, even TNA have not made him their champ. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's the X Division champion. He's not even, like, the TNA champion. It's not like technically, we haven't got TNA's best here. I mean, really, if you're the best in TNA, you should be their top champ, their world champ, right? I don't even know who's got that belt now, because it's not Mike Santana, is it? It used to be. But I think he dropped it to someone. Is it Kazarian? I don't know. I don't know who's got the belt. But it's not their top. This is not their top, technically their top talent, right? But it's someone that probably should be. We all know how amazing Leon is. So, has Leon got a chance tonight? Yes, definitely. Leon has definitely got a chance tonight. And I think the fact that Oba is on his way to the main roster, of course, makes everyone think, well, he's going to lose this belt soon. But it's just, is it tonight? Because I think there is a world in which you can move past tonight. I think there is a world where you can get into at least the end of... I think you can get into the end of the month. And you can get to that final show, So I think Oba's got enough to get past tonight and then maybe drop it in a few weeks' time. But I don't know. They could, yeah. He has definitely got a chance. Right. It is Kazarian. Right. Thank you. I think after they had Javon win the Iron Survivor, Sean was told Javon was going to get called up. So they changed the title match and they gave the spot to Leon. So there is a chance that Leon gets it tonight. Yeah, okay. I hear you. I can hear what people are saying. I think that there's definitely something to that. Yeah. At the moment, we're looking about 60-40. People are thinking Oba is going to get it tonight. Right. Frankie does deserve it. This is the only time he's ever been TNA champ, said Alex. Yeah, I don't watch TNA, so I couldn't really tell you who the champ was, to be honest. Frankie rang a bell, but that one is one for fans to debate. I was very surprised they did it because it really felt like we'd built up Mike Santana quite a bit. It really felt to me like Santana was someone that we had really built, really invested in, and he felt like someone that was the future in many ways. I actually think WWE would like to get their hands on Mike Santana. I think every time he's come in, he's really impressed. I think it's been excellent. So I don't know how long Frankie has that belt for. I could definitely see Mike Santana getting it back down the line, though. Big Time said, Daze, NXT has never dropped below 500,000, but Dynamite has somehow managed to go under 400,000. It's crazy to think that AEW has reached the highest of highs and rock bottom at the same time. I sort of feel, I'm going to say something a little controversial, but I feel a little bit sorry for AEW because one thing that I am seeing now that we've got to the end of 2025 is I'm seeing a lot of love for what AEW did in 2025. Maybe it's more to do with how bad WWE were, but end of the year polls, I've got a lot of love for AEW, yeah? So, unsurprisingly, best match, best pay-per-view, best promotion, best weekly show, all that stuff. AEW doing very, very well and picking up a lot of awards. And I don't know, there is something, a bit of a shame about the fact that if you do good work, I mean, I really do subscribe to work hard, get the reward, yeah? And so you kind of feel like if AEW has been doing some good stuff in 2025, then it's a bit of a shame that they are not really getting the reward in the ratings. So I'm actually going to say something a little bit controversial there. I mean, we joke sometimes about AEW, right? And the reason why we do that is just a laugh, right? It's just a joke. I don't care about them. They don't factor into my life. I don't watch them, right? WWE, as a WWE fan, I don't feel any threat by them. I don't feel any. There's no issues, right? They're there like TNA are there or MLW are there, right? I think if you go back a couple of years when they first started, there was definitely a concern because you've got like someone that's got access to a lot of money, that has got a TV deal, that is starting a new wrestling promotion, that has got a group of talent that is very, very interesting. I mean, Kenny and the Bucks, Jericho, Cody, Hangman, the Elite. That was a very interesting talent and group that lived outside of WWE's bubble. Very rare for that to happen, actually. Very, very rare for there to be a lot of Western, English-speaking wrestlers of a very, very high level that are all friends, hanging out with each other, that have created this buzz that are outside of WWE's bubble. That's weird. That's rare. And, it's kind of like stars aligning situation, yeah? And we were in a situation where they basically had Tony Khan's money and they had their fan base. And, this is interesting. And at first, that first Dynamite does 1.2 million. That first episode of Dynamite is doing numbers that SmackDown would appreciate now. That first episode of Dynamite in 2019, I'm sure did 1.2 million. And SmackDown right now is about that level. Some weeks just doing 1 million. So it was a threat. I know we're talking nearly 7 years difference in ratings. That is significant. And I know we're talking about the debut episode of AEW, but it sort of, tells you where they were and, what the situation is and, where we are now. So for me, I think that there was concern. Obviously, WWE tied a load of people down to big contracts, and I think we were, in a situation where we kind of, there was this kind of battle that was going on. I think it still goes on to some degree, but I don't know. I mean, if you look at ratings where their show can't even get 400,000, it's very hard for WWE and WWE. Well, I would think WWE fans to like really feel much now, I mean, I don't know what the tribalism is like online anymore, but for me, it's long dead. It's, they're doing their thing. WWE are doing their thing. There is no war really to speak of because the gap is so wide. I don't even think there's a war between NXT and AEW anymore. I mean, the drop-off has been staggering, hasn't it? I mean, if you think back to 2020 when AEW would consistently beat NXT, and that was consistent, because they were both on a Wednesday. We used to do streams where we had both shows on at the same time. It was horrible. But they were both on at the same time on a Wednesday. And, consistently AEW would get the victory when the ratings would come out. But, it's just not the case now. I mean, AEW has just absolutely fallen away. Just really, really dropped. Whereas NXT has held, okay. It's still around that 600,000 range. So that's held, but AEW has sort of dropped away. So I don't know, man. I feel a bit sorry for them. I actually genuinely feel a bit sorry for them because I think that it looks to me like they had a better 2025 than WWE. I think actually in a roundabout way, it would benefit WWE to have AEW as a threat. Because, I think what you saw in 2025 was a WWE that was just complacent. Just, there's no threat to it. It doesn't matter what we book. The only problem WWE has is its own ratings. It's not AEW. It's itself. WWE's problem is WWE. That's its problem. Is the fact that its creative was nowhere near good enough. And maybe if AEW had been breathing down its neck, there might have been a little bit more urgency. There might have been less complacency. Things might have not been as comfortable. And we might have ended up with a goddamn better product. So, in a roundabout way, believe it or not, it actually might be worse for us WWE fans that AEW is struggling as much as what it is at the moment, because I just think everyone in WWE is walking around just not giving a flip about anything. They want the ratings to be as good as they can be, but the creative is not where it needs to be to get the ratings that we need. So, yeah, honestly, it's very frustrating. And I do think if you put that work in, you should get that rewards, So it's one of those where, yeah, I feel for him a bit, but there is a truth to this world, which is that, celebrity and star power, that is, valuable. It's not so much about skills and ability. It's about star power, and it's about making a name for yourself. And that is a bit of a shame, really. You'd like to think that like a Sami Zayn that's really skilled, that can put on consistently great matches, you'd like to think that he would be a big name, big star. But the truth is, people would rather tune into Goldberg, who's nowhere near as good, but has just got a bit more of an aura because of, his entrance and, his look. Do you know what I mean? Like the presentation and the aura of things is arguably more important than when the bell rings. I mean, you've still got to deliver when the bell rings. But I don't know, can AEW be putting on better matches than they are? I mean, every time I see AEW pay-per-view scores, because, I always see like bits about AEW, the star ratings are really high. I mean, I think they did a show the other day, and I don't know if I saw a match under 4 stars. Like, everything was like 4.5, 5 stars. Everything was just amazing on this AEW show the other day. Made it seem like the greatest wrestling show of all time. But then you look at their ratings, and it's not translating to numbers, is it? So I think there really is something in star power, aura, presentation. Maybe they've got that wrong. Maybe that is where their focus should be. Perhaps Vince worked this out a long time ago, that professional wrestling gets you that level of attention. Sports entertainment gets you that level of attention. And that's why he was like, we're not wrestlers, we're sports entertainers. Anyone can be a wrestler, but not anyone can be a sports entertainer. And actually, maybe the big debate around wrestling and sports entertainment can be reflected in viewership. And, maybe this is the secret sauce as to why WWE is number one. Because the truth is, people will tune in to watch Rhea Ripley come down, making her entrance, wearing, next to nothing, covered in tattoos, with her boobs pretty much out. I'm not criticizing her. I mean, she's a great wrestler when the bell rings, right? And she's a great talker. She's got skills. But we'd be lying if we was to say, cover her up, take away the tattoos, make her look like a librarian, have her with the same promo skills and the same in-ring skills, but just have her dress more conservatively, take the tattoos away and all of that. Does that person attract as much attention? I don't think she does. I think you have to admit that the presentation, what they wear, the entrance, the kind of stomping the foot down, the kind of badass attitude that she kind of portrays, the whole mommy thing, I mean, that has real value. That has real value. And she knows that, and WWE know that. So you can't really say that that's not a value. I mean, why do you think we spend so long yeeting? Why do you think we spend so long having to watch Jay's entrance and running it back and we're all pulling our hair out over it? Because that lands with the kids, and it lands with the casuals, and someone that doesn't even watch wrestling that tunes into that will go, blimey hell, look at this. You could show your partner that doesn't watch wrestling a whole arena of people freaking out as Jay comes down, all yeeting away, having a good time. And I mean, clearly something is happening here. Yeah? So clearly this is something going on. What's this? Are they doing that for that person? Yeah, this is Jay. He's so popular with the live crowds. No way. And what's he said? What's that? Yeet. What's yeet? And you can sort of see that this is something that will connect to casuals and has value. And then, of course, the whole yeet thing gets over, so they sell a load of shirts. The hand gesture gets over. You can do that at sports games. It's a bit like the yes thing with Daniel Bryan. We used to see that at sporting events. I mean, that has real value. Not just it's fun, but it's marketable. And it's relatable, and people can join in with it, and that's sports entertainment. And those things are arguably more valuable than if you can put on a 5-star match. And maybe there is an uncomfortable truth to some of that. When we would like to think that 5-star matches and really good wrestling is enough, when actually the uncomfortable truth is it might not be. And actually, people like the shiny thing more than the valuable thing. You give people the option of a dull-looking coin that looks a bit dull, but is actually worth, a fair bit of money, or this kind of shiny tinsel. Do you want this tinsel over here, yeah? Or do you want this, coin that I just found in the ground? Maybe the truth is a lot of people will be like, oh my God, look at that tinsel. The sizzle or the steak. I mean, that's what it's called, isn't it? That's what I think. Is it JR that calls it that? The sizzle and the steak. I think the sizzle is what gets most people's obviously attention, but it's the steak that satisfies. Big Time said the Jey Uso entrance has been unbearable recently. My breaking point was the spot at Survivor Series when he ran it back. In the ring when he was on top of the cage. To be honest, the reason why I think he did that though wasn't. I'm gonna defend it briefly. I criticised it at the time, and I will still be happy to criticise it. But it's obviously what happens after that is the reason why they do it. So he's on top of the cage, having fun. And of course, what happens moments later, Lesnar comes out to end that fun. So the whole thing is the counter of him on the cage, eating away, smiling, dancing. In the ring, you got CM Punk having a good time. I think he might have been doing a bit of air guitar. And you know, bum. Bum, ba, bum, bum, and then it's that moment where you go from party time to, oh my God, game just changed. Here comes the beast. It's that change. It's that moment there. That's the reason why they did it. It's not so much let's just do it mid-match for no reason. It's not so much let's just run it back because it's a fun thing to do. It's let's do it now. I mean, the timing of it was clearly by design. Let's do it now. We was always going to do that running back just before Brock came out because it was the switch where everyone's dancing and partying and having a good time so that they're caught off guard by when the beast comes out. And of course, people that were paying attention were not caught off guard because anyone that was like watching the match knew there was only one person left to come down. But for any of those fans that got caught up in the dancing, didn't notice someone was about to come out, and then Brock's music hits, then it's like, oh my God, you know, you go from party time to, oh my God, here comes the beast. So that one is the reason as to why they did it, but I was still critical of it at the time because this is meant to be war games, and you're meant to take even if you're winning, I mean, you haven't won. I mean, the match hadn't even started because not everyone had been in the ring yet. So if you're winning, brilliant. Keep winning. You know, if you're in a war in World War II and you're winning, right? You don't break out into a dance because you're winning, right? You keep going until you've won, right? You stick that knife in further, yeah. If you make sure you get the job done. And I kind of feel like that was the frustrating thing was I get why they did it because Brock was about to come out. But if you look at the match and you look at like how the optics of it, you're dancing away and allowing the other team to recover just so that you can have vibes. And you go, what the flip? So had they have not done the Jey thing, I'm sure they would have done something else because I think they really wanted that counter. I think they really wanted that contradiction, if you will, of the two moments playing off against each other, the party going into the seriousness of here comes the beast. But it was just they decided to go with the Jey thing, you know. But yeah, I honestly, I understand. I mean, the Seth thing as well, singing his song. I mean, how much do you just not need to hear that anymore? And, you know, you've got the Woe and the Cody thing. I mean, they tried to give everyone something. I mean, Trick Williams comes down to the whole whoop that trick thing. Stephanie has got the Devil's Kiss, of course. I mean, these are all sports entertainment things. You know, when she's doing the Devil's Kiss and people are like, trying to do the Booker thing. So, that is all sizzle. And there's real value to that stuff. I wonder if AEW have just got that wrong. I don't watch, so I can't say. But I wonder if they've just got that wrong. Paul, shout out to you, said 2026 needs better wrestling stories. Well, yes, I think we can definitely all agree with that. We do need better wrestling stories. Creative had a very disappointing 2025, and so they're definitely going to need to up their skills in 2026. But what I would say is I feel like there's been a shift in recent weeks. I really feel like something has changed. I can point to Drew going on Cody's bus. I can point to Cody going around Drew's house. We can point to the Dusty picture being burnt in the ring. We can point to a SmackDown on Friday that I thought was entertaining. We can point to the open challenges, which I know started with Sammy a little while ago, but that I think has been a real success. We can point to the work they've done with the women's tag division, which I've not personally, been crazy about, but it feels like we're definitely building that division, and we're definitely trying to do something with that division. I'm not down for us putting a big focus on a division. So yeah, there's work that's been done there as well. If you look at Friday's show, SmackDown, and the fact that I gave it 7.25, 7.5. And then you look at last night's Raw, which I gave a 7 to. I just did a big member stream where we spoke about the show, what worked, what didn't, whatever. And I did a whole breakdown on it anyway, if you want to kind of dig into that. And if you want to see what the community thought, there's a whole opinions video on the second channel. So, I mean, we've definitely got thoughts on the shows, right? We've got that boxed off. But I would point to yesterday as, 4 matches, 2 of them being great scores, 2 title changes, main event for the World Championship. I mean, clearly they tried to make it a big deal. And I think they succeeded with delivering some moments, some talking points. Definitely felt better than a lot of the very bland, very boring shows that we had in 2025. So I'd point to SmackDown, I'd point to yesterday, I'd point to tonight's card as well. I think tonight's card looks really good for NXT. And I would point to the fact that on Friday we've got Cody against Drew in Berlin. Big title match just on the European tour. I know that you can sort of present this week as being an exceptional week, like this is the first week of 2026 and that we've gone big for it, but I don't know. I mean, you can point to Gunther AJ that's been made for next week as being a really good match that I think is, we're going to be enjoying. I think they've got some stuff lined up. I think that it feels like there's some creative happening. It feels like some work is being done. And actually, there was something that did the rounds about there being a change. I think I did save it to one of the folders. I can't remember the guy's name, but there is a change in creative. But don't know if I'm going to find it, though. Someone has took charge. Let's see if I can find it. I got the Netflix news. Jericho. Apparently he was in Los Angeles. Tommaso, Chad Gable, Liv Morgan. Is it in other, maybe? I don't know if I'll be able to put my hand on it. But there is a change to creative where someone has took over. And actually is sort of overseeing Raw and SmackDown. So there seems to be someone now in between Triple H and the creative teams. I don't know when they took over that role, but there has been a change in creative. And I just wonder if that coincides with what I would deem to be an improvement with creative. Still work to be done, of course. I want to see if I can find it so that I can show you it. Lots of stuff to do with last night. It would have been before that. Let me show you what I'm looking at, because it doesn't make sense me sitting here going, you might as well see what I see. Can you see what I see? Lots of people no longer with company. Oba Femi, Bron Breakker. Here. Boom. So this from PW Insider. Ryan Ward is overseeing the creative agenda for Raw and SmackDown. which was described as a recent adjustment. On the SmackDown side, Road Dogg and John would be the co-leads for the creative, whilst Alexandra Williams is now co-lead with Jonathan Backstrom on Raw. So there we go. If you've got issues with stuff, now you know who to go and slap in the face. Alexandra Williams, Jonathan Backstrom, right? Those two are the co-leads when it comes to writing creative for Raw. Road Dogg and Joe Swicata, the co-leads for SmackDown. So those, which is interesting because I didn't even know that there was co-lead writers. So both Raw and SmackDown have got co-lead writers. Above them now is Ryan Ward, who is overseeing them. And then you've got Triple H. Bottom line is this. There has been changes to the creative teams, right? And that's a dub. I mean, I find this to be very reassuring because we've sat here and we're not alone. Everyone's done it, right? So this is not really anything to do with us, but I'm just going to say us because we have been very critical of creative and we have said this is not right. Right, and we've gone into detail as to why. And so isn't it lovely to see that WWE have done something about it? Now, obviously, we need to see the improvements. I am seeing change. And, I will give praise. We are not just moaning for the sake of moaning. We're moaning because the show wasn't good. And, if we start to see some interesting stuff happening, then we'll call that out and say, brilliant, yes, more of this, please. And I think there has been good stuff that's been happening, or shall we say better stuff. I think the Drew Cody feud is probably Cody's best feud since being champ. Since winning that belt at WrestleMania 40, there isn't another feud I would say that's been better than this Drew one. The only one that would be close would be the Kevin Owens one. I don't think anything else has been better, right? I think this Drew one with the going around the house, the coach, all that stuff, I think it's been about as good as what we've seen, right? And the vision, difficult because Seth got injured, but we know that was not right for a long time. I think at least now we are starting to go back into the locker room area, and at least now it feels like we're doing some stuff we weren't doing before. I think Braun's aura has improved. I think, the way that we're bringing him out during his entrances and everything feels better. And I can definitely point to a few things there that feel like they've been an improvement. What we can credit in regards to this change, I don't know. But I definitely feel like there has been improvement. So, yes, good, reassuring. I was pleased to read this. It dropped the other day. About, I think it was yesterday, about Ryan Ward now overseeing... which, as I said, brilliant. Good. King, shout out to you, King Notorious, AKA or FKA. Adam, shout out to you, my friends. Says, Happy New Year's Evil. Yes, we probably do need to wrestle our way back, don't we? To getting into... we probably do need to wrestle our way back in getting into... talking about NXT. It should be a really good show tonight. Genuinely, we were shouting about this show yesterday when I said, come and join us. And for anyone that doesn't normally watch NXT, I really, really do believe this is going to be a show worth watching. This was a pretty big deal last year. I remember this was the show that The Rock appeared on. Now, obviously, we're not going to get The Rock this year. He did tell us in advance he was going to make an appearance. We also had Triple H and Nick Khan in the crowd last year for this show. And obviously, it was the day after the Netflix premiere. So it was kind of, special last year. So, yeah, last year was a pretty big deal. And it's nice to see that this year we've gone big as well. The Women's Championship is being defended. The NXT Championship is being defended. The Women's Mid-Card belt is being defended. And I would say probably the best feuds, most interesting story, Tatum, Izzy, and that whole betrayal. That's one of the matches we're getting tonight. So I really think that if this show is not going to entertain you or is not going to, like, you know, kind of grab you, then maybe NXT just isn't for you, because NXT has consistently been the best of the three brands. I don't see a reason as to why tonight that's going to be any different. I think the card is good, and I think the card is in a good place, and I think this should be a show that really does deliver. This is a show that I'm really expecting us to kind of walk away from going, yeah, man, that's NXT. That's NXT. And to be, you know, really optimistic about where we're heading. That's what I'm looking for. Do you know, I would love that, actually. I would love it if by tonight we're not focused on Oba leaving or Jordan Grace leaving or Javon leaving or anything, but we're actually looking at a glimpse of what 2026 might look like for NXT. That would be quite good. Maybe that's reflected in Leon getting the belt. He is a TNA talent, but as soon as his contract's up, you know WWE are coming for him. But I don't know. Thea Hale, does she keep going with that belt? Or does Kendal get the belt? I mean, perhaps tonight would be a great statement to have Kendal beat Jacy clean. Kendal beats Jacy, gets the title, and, you know, we just go with Kendal as women's champ and we just build, give her a good run. I mean, she is capable of great matches. Maybe that could be something, you know. I don't know when we're calling up Tatum. Izzy feels like she needs work, but I don't know, yeah. Tatum standing tall. Kendal standing tall. Leon standing tall. Thea standing tall. Perhaps we could really lay down a bit of a marker as to what 2026 is going to look like. So I'm excited. I genuinely think it looks like a good card. So King Notorious, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. The El Juggalo said New Japan Pro Wrestling Unplugged. GC Dub, JC Dub, Dragon Gate, all under one roof for one weekend. I don't know what that's about, but El Juggalo, shout out to you. Big time. I can't see them causing buzz. I appreciate WWE tries to build up talent, but it's not really clicking. Especially someone like Briggs, who I think is boring, says Brony. If Jacy loses tonight, she should get called up to the main roster. I think she's definitely ready for that. Definitely ready. I don't know that she loses the belt to Kendal. I do think Kendal is very, very interesting, though. I mean, Kendal is someone that we see having fun with Ren on Wednesdays, yeah? And I know those little Wednesday videos aren't important, but it's a really clever thing, actually, because it's a good way of just getting some content out once a week so that you can kind of keep in touch with the fans. I mean, I actually think even if you just do something every week, it's a little bit like going to the gym, isn't it? If you go to the gym and just do something, you know, just go on a treadmill, lift a few weights, you know, you might not have like a workout routine, whatever, but it's certainly better than not going at all. And I certainly feel like with Ren doing her Wednesday thing on a Wednesday, she does that every week. And, you know, it's just her way of putting out a little few-minute fun clip where she can talk to the fans, talk about what's on her mind. I've seen weeks where she just talks about Harry Potter, right? But it's just something. And, you know, Kendal has come in on those. And now it's like Ren and Kendal that do them together and they have fun. And what it has done is it's shown that, you know, she is someone that's got a bubbly personality. She's someone that has, you know, got a personality that can have a laugh. She's not like, you know, someone that's boring or doesn't know what to say. You know, she can ad-lib. I mean, there's times in those videos, those videos are not like heavily scripted or anything. So, you know, if they're having a laugh and a joke or whatever, then it shows that she can think on her feet. And you kind of look at her in-ring work, which I think is brilliant. I mean, she's better than a lot of women that are on NXT, in my mind. So she is definitely a player going forward in 2026 in NXT. I think that promo-wise, there's a bit of work to be done there. I mean, her promos are fine, but, you know, she just needs experience, really. They're just fine. I think that she is still kind of working on those, like working on the delivery a little bit, and you know, she needs to just find a few nice lines, and you know, just experience. Just needs experience. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them whatsoever. They're fine to watch. They do the job, but I don't know. I mean, they're the kind of promos that you would show people in promo class when they were starting as just being solids. They're just solids. They're fine. They're good, solid, reliable. Give her the microphone. She's going to be fine. But they're not Punk. They're not Cena. They're not Becky. They're not something that's going to make any kind of impact or get any sort of big major reaction, right? So that's the bit that she needs to kind of work on a little, is, you know, trying to get the reaction, like, you know, make the promos kind of memorable. But yeah, her in-ring's good. Her promo skills, absolutely fine. She's got a bit of a personality. She shows that in the Wednesday things. She's got this. She's got the tools. She just needs to keep getting experience, keep getting TV time. She is just such an exciting prospect. I mean, you honestly, I was shocked that they put her in the Deadline match, but when you think about it, you go, well, no, she is a great prospect, and she's definitely someone worth investing in, so good for them. No way did I think they would have a win. No way. And that was a massive shock, and it was really, like, good. Really, like, oh, my God. Did not expect this. And now you're kind of going, could she win the belt? Is she going to win the belt? I don't think she is. I think Jacy retains, but it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a great match. Jacy against Kendal is like, brilliant. So I'm very excited for that. Yeah, Leon has got a chance tonight. I agree with what people have been saying. It's a good card. Yeah, it's a good card. So there's definitely some prospects around that you can go, 2026 going to be okay. You know, Kendal, I think, is a great addition to that women's division, just as we're about to lose a couple of names. You know, like Jordan Grace looks like she's going, might lose Sol Ruka. Zarya, I think, needs unleashing, doesn't she? I think Zarya feels to me like she should be that sort of beast, that sort of problem. She's gone really nice, and she's been hanging around Sol. She's been a babyface. And I sort of feel like you could get a lot more out of Zarya being like a wrecking machine. There's a lot of people, actually, that you look at and you go, can we not get more out of them? You know, like Zarya. I feel like we could get loads more out of Zarya. I look at, like, Dion Lennox, and he's got a really good look, you know. He's deceptive. He's really deceptive. Because you look at him in Dark State, and well, you just go Dark State, boring. But when you look at Dion as, just forget that he's in Dark State, just look at Dion. He is big, shredded, looks amazing, right? I think that his match quality is okay. I don't remember him having like stinkers or anything. He's okay. We didn't really have a gimmick for him before. Now he's in Dark State. Dark State's not the most compelling of groups, and you could say that it's bringing down his aura, but as a talent in developmental, you know, that's just getting TV time and getting match time and getting opportunity to cut, like, you know, a few. I mean, whenever they do those videos, they're good. When Dark State talk to the camera, they're good. The only one that really stands out in those is Cutler. Cutler kind of comes across as being a little bit out of place in those vignettes. But actually, you know, when you've got the rest of them kind of shooting off, going off, you're kind of like, yeah, I like this. I actually think Dark State have got some if you got rid of Cutler. Because Osiris is the muscle, big guy. Dion Lennox, to me, I mean, I don't want to say that he's main event level, but looks-wise, he is. Looks-wise, Dion Lennox could get to a World Heavyweight Championship, looks-wise. Match quality, from what I've seen, is okay, but we have not seen a lot of singles matches out of him, and that's, I think, something I would really like to see in 2026. Give me a real run of Dion Lennox singles matches. I'm not down on him getting the North American Championship, actually, so that we can have a good look at him with a belt in big title matches, defending that belt. And I think that could be really interesting to see. And promo time, we need to have a look and see. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, we just see him in Dark State. But, you know, this is why putting him in that Iron Survivor match I thought was a really good move. Because he is someone that I think is a real potential for the future. And Saquon, he is a very, very good talker. Match quality, I don't know, but yeah, when it comes to like having something to say, very good. He's the front man of the group. He's the mouthpiece of the group. Dion Lennox is the, dare I say, the breakout star of the group, and Osiris is the muscles. Cutler is the one that for me just doesn't fit and just brings the dynamic down. And yeah, I'm not keen on him being in the group, but then I never have been. He kind of stuck out quite early on. We've been critical of him for a while. Nothing against him. I'm sure that his future is bright, but I just don't think it's with Dark State unless we see some development and change, whatever. But that group, honestly, if we could get them some credibility, if we could build up the aura, you know, I think that, you know, that group, there is some potential. They're not Retribution. They're not Retribution. They haven't got stupid masks and stupid names. But some of the booking has been very frustrating. Seeing all of them get murked by Joe Hendry, you kind of go, oh, yeah. Or, you know, seeing them, like, ruin Javon and Leon. Like, I know they're heels and they took that match away, but it really hurt. Because people are like, oh, God, not these guys. I hate these guys. But it's like, you know, it's like frustrating because they ruined like one of the great matches. And I think as well, people are a bit tired of them coming through the crowd and that sort of presentation. It's kind of really hard to be fearful of a group that are meant to be cool and that come through a crowd and all that stuff, Shield-like, that so easily get murked by Javon on his own or Joe Hendry on his own. You know, those kind of moments for me are what really let Dark State down. I think they need to look at that. But if their match quality could get better or they could cut some really good in-ring promos, I mean, the great way to turn around any negativity is by getting some momentum and actually getting some good segments under your belt. If Dark State started to consistently get rid of anything that annoyed people and just start putting on some cool segments, start doing some cool stuff, start getting in some good matches. You know, you do a match and people are like, that was all right, you know. That was actually okay. And then they do a promo segment. It's like, oh, Saquon, man, that was good. Like, you start stringing some of those things together and you can soon turn around the perception, right? But at the moment, I think the perception is Retribution 2.0. But I think there's something there with Dark State. I can see something in that group because I like Saquon as a speaker. I think Osiris, keep him silent, but just, you know, builds up his presence. Make it so that Osiris is, you know, the monster of the group. And Dion just looks like $1 million, honestly. I wouldn't be down on him having a run with that mid-card belt. What do we think about the idea of Jacy and Fallon going up to SmackDown? Lainey stays to develop. We've got Kiana joining them. She could turn on Julia, who goes babyface. Yeah, love it. I love it. Sign me up for that. All of that sounds great. Love Jacy. I think she's ready. Fallon, she hasn't had as much opportunity, but she is been in NXT for a long time. I think her match quality would be fine. I think her promos will be fine. She's someone that doesn't worry me if she gets called up. Might be a bit early. She might be someone that it would be good to see have a run with the top title first, but not everyone can. And there's plenty of people that have gone up that have not won. Becky went up without winning the NXT championship. And then famously, you know, had a run with that belt many, many, many years later. only a few years ago, actually. But she never won the NXT championship, went on to be one of the biggest women of all time. So, yeah, I think Fallon can go up with Jacy. Kiana going in with that group makes sense. You are taking the mouthpiece away from Julia, which might be a bit of a problem, because I think that's the reason Kiana's with her. But I think Julia as a babyface is much needed. People love Julia. I really don't get why we're trying to make her a heel. She doesn't strike me as a heel. People love her. People are angry when she doesn't get opportunity. Like, people love her. To make her a babyface. So yeah, Julia being a babyface works. Little bit worried about losing the mouthpiece. That's the only concern. Kiana joining up with Fallon and Jacy, I think, would be great. Gives you a women's faction. Makes Jacy important. De facto, I'm sure she would be the leader of that. I couldn't see her going to the background with Kiana leading it, but I suppose Kiana could. She's been on the main roster longer. Jacy in the background, maybe lead into a power struggle. It gives you options. I like it a lot. Yeah, big fan. Do it. Jacy might get called up, but no word on Fallon. And I think they should both be called up. Only reporting was mentioned yet. Yeah, that's true, Steve. It is true. I haven't heard anything on Fallon either. I think that if Jacy was to go up, I think, you know, she for me is a little bit further along than Jacy's further along than Fallon, because Jacy's obviously had more opportunity. But Fallon is not someone I've got any concerns about. I mean, if I think back to Riot Squad, when we called up Liv Morgan, Sarah Logan, and Ruby Riot, I mean, Ruby had, you know, a bit of attention, but she never won. None of them had won the NXT women's title. We called them up as Riot Squads. Liv was not ready. Absolutely no way was she ready. But, you know, she looked good. So she got called up. And, you know, with Riot Squad, they put the work in, and, you know, that group was okay. They weren't anything special, but they were okay. They served a purpose. But I actually think if you did Kiana, Fallon, and Jacy, I think that would be better. I think that would be better than what we got out of Riot Squads, because I feel like they're more ready, more prepared. I mean, Sarah Logan had got a lot of indie experience, but we didn't do tons with her in NXT. Liv Morgan, I don't think even had any indie experience, and we didn't do loads with her in NXT. Ruby Riot was, I think, by far the most experienced. She'd had indie experience, and we'd done a bit with her in NXT. But we called them up. You know, Riot Squad were a thing. That's how Liv got to the main roster. So we called them up. But so, yeah, a team of Fallon, Jacy, Kiana, they'd be well ahead of where Riot Squad were. Well ahead. So I'd have no worries about that as a group, or calling up Fallon or anything like that. No, great, let's go. Do it. Big Tony K said, I know it's been a while since the divorce, but I just wanted to let you know the window to the other side is always open. Have a great stream, even though Wednesdays is where it's at. Big Tony K, shout out to you. Many congratulations for 2025. I know that that was a good year for AEW, but WWE are coming back in 2026. Mark my words. This is going to be the Feds year. Yeah, all us drones are going to rise. We're going to rise from our slumber. It's our time now, drones. It's our time. I am going to go to the movies tomorrow, said Sonny. I'm going to see Avatar, Fire and Ash with my worker. I should be home for about 7 p.m. Well, have fun. I can't remember the last time I went to the cinema. I think I saw a Bob Marley film. I'm sure there was like a documentary on his life that came out. So I think that was the last time that I went to the cinema. I did want to see Queen of the Ring, actually, but that was a little tricky because I don't think it was being shown everywhere. And that reminds me, that was meant to go on to Amazon That's interesting. Queen of the Ring, because I still have not seen that film. Queen of the Ring. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Queen of the Ring. Watch now. Let's go. How hard would 1935? Look at this. So good. So this is all, I think, is this, I can't remember if this is Mildred Burke, or I think it might be. But this is basically, you know, one of those early first women's wrestlers. It goes into like the history, like the early stages. I mean, that's at the carnivals. Oh, God, honestly, I think Toni Storm was in this as well, wasn't she? And Camille and a few others were actually in this. Yeah, the remarkable true story of Mildred Burke, who fought past every barrier to become wrestling's first female superstar, proving the toughest battles happen inside and outside the ring. 2 hours, 9 minutes. And I honestly was so intrigued by this because I think anything that can shine a light on wrestling from anything before the 80s, really. I feel like anything from the 2000s, the 90s, and the 80s is pretty well documented. I mean, you know, WrestleMania 1, for example, is 85. You can go back Starrcade, which I think is that 83, the first Starrcade, which you can find. And, you know, you'll find bits to do with the 80s. So 80s is okay. Maybe the early 80s is a little bit dark and hard to find stuff with. But, I mean, 70s, hard, innit? Where do you find footage of the 70s? There's stuff out there if you look for it. But it's not like the 90s or the 2000s with all the Raws and SmackDowns and all of that stuff, yeah? So 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. I mean, the further you go back, the less and less and less there is. So anything that's going to shine a light into that kind of darkness is really appreciated. I really, love it. So this Queen of the Ring, which goes back to the 30s and looks at like one of the first female superstars ever, Mildred Burke, that was very much on my radar. Very much on my radar. So that is, I remember looking at that the other day and it said that it was going to drop, I think, like around Christmas time, and it is available to watch now. Obviously, that is my Amazon, though, in the UK. I don't know if that's going to be the same for you, but it might be. So if you've not seen it, then maybe just worth checking out. I've not seen it, but I will definitely be watching it. Right. Doc Holiday, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Doc Holiday said the matches were good on Raw. The announcement of John Evans signing during the commercial was disappointing. It's not a terrible Raw. Have my family-sized PB dong dipped in. Let's go. Doc Holiday enjoys dipping his dong into peanut butter. It's been well documented on the channel, and nice to know that that's continuing as we head into 2026. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the show. It kind of divided opinion a little bit. I'm fortunate enough to obviously get people's feedbacks for the second channel, and I got to tell you, it was not a show that got unanimous love. I mean, no show ever would. But there was a sizable amount of people that had their struggles with Raw. People saying, I think the hype. I think it was overhyped. I agree it was overhyped. I don't know. I measured it by, is this better than what I was getting last year? And for me, the answer was yes. But I can understand. And certainly those that were hoping to see Jericho. I mean, we never got that, of course. So there was a few disappointments, but I think if you enjoyed it, you got something from it, then fantastic. Right, we are just 2 minutes to go. So Doc Holiday, shout out to you, my friend. Happy 2026. Let's pop that there. Lovely. Right. But I am looking forward to the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie, says Dean. They had a WWE exclusive on the YouTube channel for Javon, said Sean. Robbie said, Daze, with tonight being a special show, will there be a special feedback and opinions video? No plans for that. I suppose I should, though, or couldn't I? You might have just resulted in that happening, actually. Your thought might have resulted in that. Because there's maybe a chance that we do get a new champ or something tonight. And you're right, it is a special. Maybe I should do that in 2026. I mean, definitely PLEs. PLEs will get... a lot of this comes down to, engagement and views. I mean, that tells me what people like. And that is what dictates, what we do. So... unfortunately, when it comes to the NXT opinion videos or breakdown videos, understandably, they don't get the same engagement as Raw and SmackDown because it's not as big of a show, right? But I don't know, you kind of look at it and go, I don't think enough people are really interested in this. But maybe they would be when it comes to the bigger shows and you've got a higher chance of, significant moments happening. So... yeah, maybe you might have just inspired that. Let's have a look. I'll keep on top. What I'll do is I'll keep on top of it during the show, and I'll keep adding to the folders, and hopefully we get something of significance. Oh, Shawn Michaels causes chaos on a motorized scooter backstage after having double knee replacement surgery. Triple H gifted Shawn Michaels a power scooter for his birthday. Straight away, that can go into an NXT breakdown video. For a call-up that dropped an hour ago. Could she get called up then? Okay, here we go. We're about to get underway. Bum, bum. I hope there is something of significance that goes down tonight. It would be a shame to have such a stacked card and just play it safe, Right. NXT said it's time. New Year's Evil starts right now. Let's go. I'm so excited for this show. It was the best of the three brands. I think our community would be on board with that. Javon Evans is now officially listed as a Raw superstar. He has been moved to Raw on the WWE website. Okay, we just got a video. I was just reading AJ's CM Punk's comments. So CM Punk on my mom's basement podcast said about the finish to Cena's match. If you didn't like it, I can understand that. But to overnight make it your entire personality and spend an unhealthy amount of time talking about it. Put it this way, if John won, they would have been mad about that too, but we wouldn't be talking about it anymore. And we're still talking about that finish, the smile, the tap. Oh my God, the guy who said he doesn't give up just gave up. Did he? Everyone's an expert. I thought it was beautiful, says CM Punk. So I don't know where that came from. Someone must have asked him about his thoughts on that in that interview. I mean, I didn't like it. I don't think we spent an unhealthy amount of time talking about it, but we spoke about it that week. Ironically, he's the one that's talking about it now on the 6th of January. Ironically, we've all moved on from it, and he's the one that's bringing it back up now. Guys, if you're still talking about it now, then I think you've got a problem. No one is. Like, it's literally just you, Pug. You get me? Right, we've still got this video package. Oh, that's good. We're starting on the platform. Booker T up there, getting a great reaction. This is a year of opportunity, says Vic Joseph. Kind of like this start. It's got a bit of energy to it up on that platform. With all the crowd in the background. It's good. There's Jacy. Fallon and Laney, they're arriving. Is that Ren and Kendal just doing a bit of work in the ring? Backstage. I mean, Ren's a sleeping giant, isn't she? I think Ren is someone that's ready to really step up, get more responsibility. All right, Thea Hale coming out first, so we're going to this match first. Okay, Thea Hale coming out. It's going to be Thea. Oh, Blake Monroe attacks her from behind. Okay, we're underway. Whoa, my God, straight into the ring. This might be a bad move by Blake. This might be a really bad move because if she injures her, she's jumped her before this match has begun. She's telling her to get up. Yeah, this might be a really bad move. Because this match hasn't even started. Booker's asking if the bell is rung into the barricades. Oh my God, look. 3 pieces of that barricade go over. Thea holding her head, holding her leg. She's been jumped before this match, and I don't see any way this match is going to happen. Blake Monroe has absolutely snapped. Let them fight is what the crowd are chanting, but... Yeah, are we even going to get a match? That might have been a really, really seriously dumb move by Blake Monroe. Now what's happened? Now we got Ricky Saints coming out. I tell you what, we're starting this show with chaos. Ricky's coming out, but I don't think he's coming out to help Thea in any way. He's coming out to pose. We're going to need to get an update. Look, Thea's still down in pain. We got a referee. Yeah. Ricky's like, sucks to be you, doesn't it? I like how chaotic the start to this show is, though. NXT kicking off with a bang. Kicking off with the absolute. There's a lot of room in NXT for him now. We know that Oba's gone up. We know Javon's gone up. We know that Trick Williams has gone up. It's going to put even more spotlight on Ricky Saints. Great talent. Okay, well, explosive start. I mean, I'm sure we're going to check back with Thea later on in the show. I wonder if we'll get that match later. It makes me think maybe not. Tell you what, though, we dealt with that really quickly. It does make me wonder if someone is actually injured. I mean, the way that we've kind of not done that, or we're going to write that off, and we've done it so quick and just moved on from it. Last year. Okay, we got a Ricky promo out of nowhere. We're into a Ricky promo now. Last year I needed NXT, but now NXT needs me. That's a good line. You can't compete where you don't compare. That's a good line. Work that trick, chance breakout. I ain't going nowhere, says Ricky. Whilst you are talented, you're not absolute. It's natural born stars against stars they're just trying to create. So his positioning himself as a natural born star. Okay, so Ricky's talking about the winners of Leon Oba, saying that he's coming for the winner of that. Good work there by Ricky. Good work there by Ricky, because the crowd were chanting, and but they weren't really chanting loud enough to, you know, disrupt his promo. But there's just a moment at the end there where he's like turns to them and is like, "If you lot need a reminder," and he just brought them in at the end. Delivers his final line, goes into his pose. Fine, yeah. There's some nice moments in that promo. It was nothing special, though. Who's Tim? Well, there's a bit of chaos here, isn't there? I mean, we've just gone from what was meant to be a match into a Ricky promo. Then we've gone backstage. You got Ava running around going, just play the promo. Tim, are you there, Tim? There is no Tim. No one works there called Tim. Tim. Okay, I don't know what match she said we were going to, but she's like, she wants to throw to a match now. Steve said, Daze, don't forget Hall of Fame. Thank you, my friend. We will get that done. It's probably best, actually, to get it done Probably best to get it done, isn't it, before the end of the show. Let's get it done at one of the commercial breaks. I think she was talking to Timber, said Stone. The match is the package they're showing right now. Okay, so Tatum, Izzy is where we're going. Tatum, Izzy. Ava was calling Timmy from South Park. Perhaps she was calling Tim Hortons, like Sonny. She was, Tim, are you there? I've got an order for you. I want 2 snow caps, ice caps. Do you want a coffee as well? Just a coffee. She's calling Tim Hortons. Okay, here we go. That's the end of the video package. Oh, commercial break. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Being in sync again. I've missed this feeling. We had a couple of weeks of NXT where we were like having to pause and all that nonsense. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember how rubbish that was? I was doing my best. I tried my hardest during that phase. But it is lovely being back to just watching the show and not having to worry about that. I hope that they are going to get out of the PC more. The performers who get called up just don't have experience of life on the road. That's a great comment. I think they are going to try and get out of the PC more. I think it's good for the quality of the show that they're at the PC. So I think part of the secret and part of the success of the show is that we're at the PC a lot. But you're right. It's a massive difference when you get called up. I mean, you are just permanently on the road, constantly going to a different place, sometimes a different country, like they're about to do with the European tour. So it is good experience. And I'd love for NXT to come back to the UK. We haven't had it since, I want to say 2016. I actually went, well, no, it's probably after that. 2017, 2018. I actually went to a couple of those shows and loved it. Oh, it was so good. I mean, I'd have loved it now. I mean, imagine going to a little venue, holds 1,000-2,000 people, and watching the likes of Jacy, Tatum, Trick, Javon. I mean, the great thing with NXT, I mean, I've been watching it so long. I mean, I've been watching it since 2014. So, but the great thing with NXT is that it's just been so consistent. I mean, the only time that I think it struggled was when we went 2.0. And to be honest with you, if Sean or Triple H was in charge at that point, I don't think it would have struggled. I think we would have found a way of getting through that period. But 2.0, we just had this mass exodus of talent. We just basically started again. Hence why they called it 2.0. It was like a reset, a restart. But there was, you know, Carmelo, Trick. There was loads of people that we just didn't know. Tony D'Angelo, Andre Chase. All these people that we were showcasing that we just didn't know. And it took a little while to get used to these people. But, you know, obviously, Carmelo, Trick, a lot of them now have made their way to the main roster. It'd be really interesting, actually. Kind of go back to those early episodes and see where everyone is now. Where are they now? NXT 2.0, episode 1. Where is everyone now? That'd be interesting. But, yeah, a lot of them made it to the main roster. Some, you know, no longer with WWE. But that was the only time that it's been an issue, really. NXT has always had a great ability to just keep moving forward and keep bringing talent through. And I expect that in 2026. A Battleground in Tampa was fire. Being there was amazing. Seeing history when Trick won the TNA title sets, but I bet it was, mate. So good. So good. I was a big fan of when they came over to the UK. And every time I go to Florida, I try and go to the shows, like the house shows. It's hard to get tickets for the Performance Center. I think what happens is the people that go get like first refusal to like go again. So it's really tricky to get tickets. But to get tickets to go to the live event shows, the house shows, that's quite easy. I'm sure the prices have gone up, but it used to be like $20 front row. I think it was like $25 front row, and you get to go in half an hour before, have a picture with a couple of the wrestlers. I was like, my God, amazing. So I did that and had a picture with no quarter catch crew. But it was just before Ren joined, unfortunately. So it was Miles, Damon Kemp, and Charlie Dempsey. Actually, it was like about a week or so after Drew Gulak had been let go, and he used to be in no quarter catch crew. Oh, here's Blake. Ava's bumped into Blake. You asked for the glamour. You're not going to get the match and you're banned from the building? Wow. Wow. So we're not getting that match this week. Okay, here's Izzy. She's really popular. She'll have a good year this year. Honestly, she could be flipping Alexa Bliss's best friend. Tatum Paxley on her own now. Tatum chance. I mean, she's got a character. She's got a gimmick. Here's Izzy. Izzy coming out. Holly said, I do like Bray's puppet, Izzy Dame, Rambling Rabbit. Yeah, those promos have been difficult. But, I mean, it's not a criticism. Well, it is a criticism, but it's not a problem. It's just, you know, this is developmental and, you know, there's work to be done. So, which is what you expect. It's actually part of what I enjoy about NXT is looking at where people are and, you know, how good are they and what do they need to work on. It's not complicated. It's not hard. I mean, you just look at the match quality and, you know, are they putting a string of really good matches together? Are they putting a string of really bad matches together, or is it just so-so? Promo-wise, you know, are they saying much? What's the delivery like? How are they engaging with the crowds? You can look at things like selling. You can look at the facial expressions. I mean, that's a big one, isn't it? You know, your face is the money. Making sure that you are communicating to the camera and to the live audience what you're going through is a big part of things. So, you know, just looking at these kind of elements and presentation, character. Is there a catchphrase? Is there an entrance pose? Is there an emote? Does there need to be? Would it help? Are they in a faction? Do they need to be out the faction? Blah, 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 blah. All of these elements and like looking at that and, you know, what's going to get them to the main roster? What's their shortcomings? What do they need to work on? What do they need to improve? I think that's a massive part of NXT that's really enjoyable. So, you know, Izzy, her promos are not to standard yet. They will get there. I've no doubt about that. But, yeah, that's a big part of what I enjoy about NXT is like, oh, I think that could be improved. I think that needs work. Lovely move there by Tatum. Tatum, she's going to have a great year. I think Izzy's going to have a great year. Izzy's got a good size to her. I'd like to see her, like, bullying a bit more during her matches. Using that size, which is such an advantage. Lovely work here by Tatum. Tatum is actually quite technical at times. She's got some really good submission moves. And some really good reversals as well. She's not just this girl that's in there that's spooky. Like, she can do some stuff in the ring. Some technical stuff. Oof. Leg drop to the back of the head as Izzy is draped over those ropes. It's no great... Oh, I love... she got caught. I love that. It's one of my favourite Tatum moves. When she jumps up on the edge of the ring to deliver that kick. And she just goes dropping back down again. That's one of her kind of go-to moves. Crowd are booing. Izzy is in control as we just go to commercial break. I don't know if we're going to stick with the action here. We might do. Or if we're going to go to the... Just got a black screen at the moment. We're not going to anything. Okay. There we go. We are back to the action. So Tatum getting smashed into the edge of the ring. Let's go, Tatum. Izzy sucks. Let's go, Tatum. Izzy sucks. This is much better already than their match they had before. This is the match that we're looking for. Two women going at it. Booker says, I don't think these two were ever friends. I don't think anyone in the Cullen are friends. Izzy colliding into Tatum. Tatum goes down. James, hello. Shout out to you. Said Ava might have banned Blake from the building, but she didn't mention anything about Mariah May. Bum, bum, bum. Kicks coming in by Izzy. Jamal, shout out to you. Said, imagine if Leon does win that NXT title tonight whilst holding the X Division Championship. They are calling up Oba Femi and the AMC debut coming up. It's possible. It is possible. I wouldn't say it's impossible. Likely, if... That's what I mean. Like, obviously, we don't know what their plans are. There's been no word or rumor or spoiler. So I don't know what their plans are. So you kind of have to go with what's more likely. Is it likely that Oba retains and drops the title a bit, later into the month? Yeah, his call-up's coming, but he can easily do a match at, like, the next big pay-per-view PLE that NXT do. Or does he drop it tonight against the TNA talent? And it's... Ugh. I feel like it's probably more likely that he gets past this match. But yeah, no. There's definitely an argument that Leon could take it. We know that the TNA title found its way to an NXT talent. So you've got to think they'll pay that back at some time. It's so bonkers. I mean, it's still not that long ago where we wouldn't even mention TNA on WWE TV. So the fact we're sat here talking about potentially tonight a TNA talent might win the NXT champ is it's so bonkers. But you're right. It is very, very possible. Izzy has got a headlock applied. We're half an hour into this show already. Sportskeeda saying the first NXT match of 2026 is Izzy against Tatum. Tatum down at the moment as Izzy is keeping a hold of her. They both get back up to their feet and back elbow there by Tatum. And again, Tatum going against the ropes. Nice way of getting out of that hold. Duck underneath, over the other sides. Both go down. Tatum down. Izzy down. I think we're going to commercial break again. Oh. Oh, was that during commercial? We're coming back from commercial. Bloody hell, I never know when we're at commercial or not at commercial. There's some good action then during commercial then. Normally you see the matches like really slow down during commercial break. Not this one. It's kept going. It's had a lovely pace to it. 1, 2, kick out there by Tatum. Izzy grabbing the legs of Tatum. It's a bit of a walls of Jericho. Crowds are very much involved here. They're applauding away. They're right behind Tatum. Tatum trying to get over to the ropes, crawling away over. Desperately trying to reach out, and she gets there. Tatum makes it. This hold has got to be broken, and it is broken. Nice kick coming in there by Tatum. Tatum goes over to the corner. Izzy charges in. Back elbow there by Izzy. Izzy climbing up on that. Oh, love it. She is just a Inzaguri machine. Tatum, wonderful work. Nice super kick as well there by Tatum. Tatum's offense, I mean, she just throws so much. She throws shots and kicks and super kicks and inzaguris, and right now she's climbing up. Tatum at the very top. She's got Izzy. You can see the size difference between these two. Spanish Fly. It's a Spanish Fly. Yeah. Oh my God, I only just got it, but she got it. She only just got it. Very good, though. Look great. Oh. She got it. I was a bit worried about it, but she got it. Whoever has been mapping out the shows lately has missed the rest spots for commercials. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know that. I mean, I'm not down on that, because one of my frustrations is that matches just die and it kind of takes you out of it. And then when it comes back, it warms back up, and so you have to get back in. But actually with this, I've not got out of it. Slap coming in there by Tatum. Slap coming back there by Izzy. These two exchanging shots back and forth. Lovely knee there by Tatum. Izzy against the ropes. Back elbow. And again, Izzy going down. Nice pace to this. Kick coming in again there by Tatum. German. Little bit scruffy. Doesn't matter. Against the ropes. Big boot. Nothing scruffy about that by Izzy. Just a big boot to the face. Coming over. Throwing in some shots. She's on top of Tatum. Oh, I like that move. Oh, I like that move. Tatum on the bottom rope. Izzy pulled her arm. She goes up, bounces off that middle rope, flops back down, gets power bombed. This is so much better than their other match. And it's because we're not faffing around with anything. We're just doing Spanish Flies and big boots and lovely little moments, little slingshots on the ropes. And she went for a short clothesline. Clothesline there, big clothesline. Tatum going down. Izzy picking Tatum up. Oh my God! Into a cutter. She kind of flipped her up, drove her down. Blumming hell. Whoa, that was sick. That was sick. I don't know how Tatum kicked out of that. I don't even know if she should have, actually. Charging over. Oh, not sure about that. Spear against the ropes. Oh, do you know, it's like someone just said, go and cook. Just go out there and cook. Just go out there and go at each other. Give the people the match that they were looking for. And that's what these two are doing. They're just unloading on each other. Tatum on the feet, over against the ropes. Love that. Not a Pele kick. I don't even know what it was. Commentators don't know what that. She kind of flips over, kicks Izzy in the face. Tatum up top though. 450 splash kind of connects. It was a little bit off. This is her finisher. 1, 2, 3. Tatum gets the win with Cemetery Drive. I think it's rough in places, but it's good. It's the match I wanted before. It's two women going at each other, trying to outmaneuver. It's wrestling. Trying to outmaneuver each other, exchanging moves, and it's Tatum that picks up the victory. Who's this boomer? Who's this boomer? Who's this boomer? Who? He's from AAA. I've put French wrestling on the map. I think you'll find Andre the Giant did that, mate. Are you the new Andre the Giant? I don't think so. Right. There's a Frenchman coming to NXT. That's a shame. Right, there is Kendal. It's going to be Grey Graps. Grey Graps incoming. Okay, we are at commercial break. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Okay, I never caught his name. I mean, I saw it, but I couldn't pronounce it. It was like Fleo. Let's have a look. We need to do the Hall of Fame thing, don't we? And I don't want to forget about it. So it makes sense to do it now. I have not seen this. I have not seen this. Genuinely. I hope it's not controversial. I hope we have 2 winners. Okay. So we always do this. Basically what happens is the members nominate. The members nominated over the weekends. The top 4 nominees go into a poll. And then for the past couple of days, you lot have been voting. I said we would announce the winner during the NXT stream. We are at commercial break. We're well into the NXT stream. Makes sense to do it now, otherwise I am going to run the risk of forgetting. You know it, and I know it. So, if we have a look, it's 2 people that go in for December. Okay? So, the top 2 will both be going into the Hall of Fame. It's only December that we do that for. Every other month, it's 1 person. We did it last year. We're doing it now. We'll do it at the end of 2026 as well. So, let's have a look and see. Oh, we do have 2 out-and-out winners on this one. So, there we go. With 34% and 40%, it is Bones and Lisa that both go into the Wrestling Daze Hall of Fame. We had over 600 votes, which is very good, actually, because we had 550 last time, so 600 odd this time. So, even more than voted for the November one. So that's good. Yes, well done to everyone nominated. Absolutely everyone nominated deserves to go into the Hall of Fame. And I'm sure both Jay and Casey will find their way in the future. Both have been with the channel a long time and absolutely deserve to go in. But yeah, for December, it is Bones, it is Lisa that find their way into the Hall of Fame. So Bones, Lisa, many congratulations. If you can send me a picture, an image, I'll get that onto the video. And if you want to send in a little video to kind of speak to the community, I'll happily play that during one of the streams as well. Or I can read a little something out. So, well done. Yeah, I mean, I did wonder, actually. I mean, genuinely, I didn't know. I hadn't looked. This is the first time I'd looked. So I didn't know if it was going to be like everyone was level or we were going to have some sort of drama. So it is nice that there's a bit of a gap there and that we've got two names very clearly that have taken this. So there we go. Well done, Bones. Well done, Lisa. Well done. I would play the confetti, but I'm not convinced it's set up. Is it set up? Yeah, no. That's just a black screen, which is disappointing. I'm disappointed as well. But that black screen. Oh no, it is confetti. There we go. There we go. There we go. Better late than never. That's what I say. So great work there by me and the confetti. Excellent. Excellent. So Bones, Lisa, many congratulations. Okay, we're back from commercial break and we have got Jordan and Thea. Thea wants to defend that title, but it's not going to be against Blake. Oh, it's going to be an open challenge? Thea wants an open challenge. Well, that could be really interesting, couldn't it? I'm guessing Jordynne Grace is going to... No, she's going to the main roster. Jordynne Grace is like around though, isn't she? It kind of feels like it's going to be Jordan. But Jordan's going to the main roster, so she's not going to win the North American Championship. I don't think that's going to be any big name. I don't think it'll be a big name because they did not tease anything. You know, we was expecting Blake against Thea, so they've not advertised this. So I don't think it's going to be anything. It might be someone like Callie Armstrong. Might be another way of getting like a new woman onto the show. Talking of new women, this is the opportunity that Kendal Gray earned at Deadline. Oh, here we go. And we get the full Oh, here we go. The full Fatal Influence entrance. Shut up. Shut up, everyone. Here we go. This is the only reason I watch wrestling. Staying the same. Although Laney has ruined it. Jasmine was better. See, they both walk in the same direction. That's not right anymore. It's basically a lot of that in it. It has lost a little magic, I gotta tell you. Since Jasmine's no longer around doing the... Okay, NXT Women's Championship on the line. Jacy Jayne against Kendal Gray. Kendal is legit in ring. Absolutely legit. She's got that amateur wrestling background. It has translated so well to professional wrestling. Her suplexes, power slams, and look at that takeover. Different holds that she's got as well. The Grey Graps is real. Nice kip out there by Kendal. I mean, Kendal's fired up because she knows that she can go, but it's just so early for her to get this opportunity. I mean, honestly, we haven't seen much of her in NXT. It's a big opportunity, this. Looking for the armbar, but Jacy over by the ropes. Kendal rolls back, gets to her feet. Bouncing away, bouncing around. I feel like that's Kendal gear is it's a little better. Still don't love it. Over in the corner, back elbow. Oh, lovely. In between the legs, against the ropes, over the other side, change direction, underneath the legs. Drop kick, down goes Jacy, rolls out the ring. Great. Right now we've got Fatal Influence on the outside. Kendal Gray going up, look for a moonsault to the outside. Takes down all of Fatal Influence. Grabbing Jacy, throwing her in. It's all going Kendal's way at the moment. Kendal going up, but Jacy to the outside. Kendal coming over, gets spun around. She's grabbed her arm in an armbar there. Right now, she has got Kendal. Chucks her into the barricades. Kendal over against the barricade. Jacy cannonballs into her. Yeah, she's feeling that. She's feeling that. WrestleRant said, I hope that Kendal gets the rocket strapped to her back this year. She is so talented. Goods. Interesting. I'm in. Do you know what? I've really enjoyed the show so far. I like the chaotic start. Oh my God, I thought we were getting Thea against Blake, then we're not. Instead, we get Ricky doing a promo, which was fine. It was okay. It was nothing that special. But good opening first match. I really enjoyed. And actually, we can end that. Tatum versus Izzy. Kendal down. Pin here by Jacy. Shoulder up. Okay. Great 56, I think, is very, very fair for that opening match. I think it could have been like a good 100, good 99, very high-end good. Great 56 is like pretty low-end great. So, yeah, I think that's a very fair score. I would expect this to do better, actually. This is for the Women's Championship. It's going to have a lot more drama as a result. We know how good Jacy is. We know how good Kendal is. Kendal down. Have Kendal win this title and then answer the open challenge and win that too? Grey Graps, says Robbie. Grey Graps. Is there a Kendal Gray shirt yet? I don't think there is there? I need one of those. Roll up there by Kendal. Shot coming in by Kendal. And again, boot coming into the midsection. Another chop there by Kendal. Kendal going over the other side. Nice work by Kendal going up. No joy. Big boot there by Jacy. Big boot by Jacy. Jacy's over against the ropes. Kendal is grabbing a hold of that rope. Jacy coming over, grabbing Kendal, smashing her into that middle turnbuckle. Jacy very much in control. I like the trash talking as well there by Jacy. Shot coming into the back. Elbows coming in. Headlock being applied. Jacy, look at that facial. Looking at the camera. Smile on the face. In control again. Let's go. Kendal is the chant. You can see Jacy reacting to that. Some lovely work here, you know. Lovely work. Let's go. Kendal is the chant. Kendal getting up to her feet. She goes down, but Jacy, look at that. Look at the torque on that. Really pulling back on the neck. Some really high-level work here, you know. Jacy's facial expressions. The way that she's kind of reacting to the crowds. The selling from Kendal. I mean, this is good stuff here. Kendal getting back up to her feet, trying to get out of this. Trying to break out, but Jacy keeping that hold applied. Oh, nice. To the midsection. Was that during commercial break? Mate, there was some really good stuff that got done during commercial break there. Perhaps they've changed their approach. Perhaps they're not going to flip in, just put a hold on and just leave it. But, like, Jacy was, like, mean mugging at the camera. It was some really good stuff. Okay, right now, we have got... Oof. Look at that kick, man. To the side of the heads. Crowd are invested in this, making some noises. Kendal is getting back up to her feet. She's driving Jacy back to the corner. And again. Do you know what I love about this match is I know that Kendal's new, but it's not hard to believe that she could beat Jacy. Like, in-ring skill-wise, Kendal is legit. So it's like this feels like it is a real test for Jacy, even though Kendal is, like, new on the scene. It's not that new. Blooming out. I saw Kendal compete at a live event in 2024. Oh, I love that spot. Cross-body at the same time. They both go down. They both cross-body each other. We cut to Ren on the outside. She's like... But she's new for, you know, being at this level and not just being someone that gets used in a match here and there. Yeah, I love that spot. I love when they both come on, go for the same thing, collide into each other. They both kind of come off worse for wear. Shot coming back there by Kendal. Shot coming back there by Jacy. Kick to the midsection. Lovely work. Jacy backs over. Kick coming in there by Jacy. Another kick there. Oh, lovely enziguri as Kendal goes down. Bit of a dance there by Jacy. Right now, we've got Kendal grabbing a hold of Jacy. Headbutt! Headbutt there by Kendal. Oh, lovely back elbow by Kendal. Lovely work. Against the ropes. Looking for a German. Gets it. Straps are about to come down from Kendal. Straps are down by Kendal. Charges over. Grabs the leg. Tries to spin. They've struggled with that, actually. That's the only thing I've seen them struggle with in this match. Is, you know, that spot where they grab the legs and they spin them round? Jacy struggled to do that to Kendal earlier. Kendal just struggled to do it to Jacy. Such an easy thing to grab the legs and spin them. Twice I've seen him go for it and fail. Nice DDT there by Kendal. Only getting a 2 count. This is a great match. This is the best match that I've seen from Raw, and I'm trying to remember what we got on SmackDown. This is better than anything I saw on Raw. Right now, Kendal is going up. She's perched. It's got a lovely pace to it. Right now, we've got lovely twisting net breaker as we go for the cover and a kick out there by Kendal. Jacy screams out, frustrated. Yeah, nice net breaker. She's on top. Throwing down some shots. Got a bit of a ground and pound going on at the moment. Pop, pop, pop. Lovely work. Backing up. Kendal in the corner. Jacy charges in. Don't know why she thought to cannonball there. It didn't feel like it was quite the right time. German by Kendal. Round the back of Jacy. German again there by Kendal. That's... Big knee by Jacy. Shoulder up there by Kendal. Camera zooms in on the face of Jacy. Can't believe that didn't get it done. Yeah. Another big knee there by Jacy. Right on the button. Kendal going down. Jacy does this. She is just so competent in the ring. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Jacy to the outside, climbing up. She's going up top. Kendal comes up. Oh, lovely suplex. That's great. That's great. Going up, looking for a bulldog. Charging in, misses with the boot. Rolling her up. 1, 2. Oh, I thought she had it. 2, no. Reversed. Armbar. Armbar. Kendal! Oh, man, you can see the panic. Look, Fallon getting in the ring. Oh, no, Laney. It's outside. Interference. Oh, what a suplex. Belly to belly. Ren dealing with Fallon. Mate, it's all going down. Where's Kendal? Where's Kendal? Go on, Kendal. Go on, Kendal. Middle of the ring. Armbar. Crowd are on their feet. She's trying to get it. She's got it back in. Kendal with the armbar. That looked like a tap. 1, 2. Oh, my God. Bang. Super kick. Against the ropes. Charging over. Fallon. Fallon. 1, 2, 3. What a match. What a match. Jacy Jayne manages to retain, but that is not the story of that match. That match was an absolute banger. Kendal Gray absolutely belongs at the top of this division. And that was so good. I really like the finish with all that kind of outside interference. This is going on, that's going on. I mean, I really thought Kendal had it for a moment, a couple of moments, actually. I'm gutted for Kendal, but Jacy is so good as well. I love that. That was great. That was great. I swear there's a moment where she kind of it might have just been out of frustration. It might have been like, oh no. But it was like, if I was there, I'd have been like, that's a tap. If I was referee, though, I'd be like, that's all I need to see. Your hand tapped the mat. That's a tap. You're in a submission hold and you tapped. You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. Oh, God, I feel like we ate so good. Right, let's get match score. This is where you lot are like, nah, it sucked. That was bad. That was a bad match. Took outside interference. She's going to get there, though. She's going to get there. The old grey graps. But someone called the Bulldog. Kendal was screwed. Yes, we need Bulldog Mike Wazinski or whatever his name is on it. Hopefully Becky was watching. James said, isn't it great being back live? Oh, God, it's so much better, isn't it? So much better. Just, like, no spoilers as well. I mean, obviously all of that would have been spoiled. So great that those spoilers aren't out there because there aren't any. And, yeah, I just want a really enjoyable match. Didn't know which way that was going, genuinely. I mean, there was moments where I thought they're going to do it, you know, they're going to put the belt on her. And I think this is actually, believe it or not, where the dirt sheets come to our advantage. Because a lot of the time when there's spoilers, obviously that can ruin things because we know where things are going. But this is where, when there's rumors of, like, call-ups, it actually works the other way. I mean, we know that Jacy is being spoken about going to the main roster. So there's every chance that she goes up soon. And so there was every chance she could have dropped that title. And so you're kind of watching going, well, I know they're interested in her on the main roster. So you're kind of like, oh my God, like, are they going to do it? Are they going to pull the trigger? They didn't. The cowards. The absolute cowards. I wonder who she will drop it to eventually. I wonder where that belt is gonna find its way to, or where it is gonna go to. Daze, I wish the match had kicked off NXT. It would have set the tone nicely over the clunky open, says Big Time. What with the Thea stuff? I think they've done it that way though, so you've got like a story weaved throughout the show. So we were meant to get a match, it didn't happen. But then obviously we go backstage. Blake Monroe gets told to get out the building. Then we go to Thea and she says, I want to do an open challenge. So I think the reason why it was done that way is so that it's a thread that keeps people watching. Because it's like a little story within this episode, isn't it? What's going to happen with Thea, and is she going to defend the belt? And Blake's been kicked out, and is Blake going to get involved in this match? I mean, I would imagine that it'll be an open challenge. Blake will probably interrupt. Oh, you're the last person I want to see. Is it Ethan? Yeah. She's like, you are legitimately the last person I want to see right now. And of course, it's Ethan. "12 title match victories in the year." You're actually tied with others. Why is it always about you, princess? Okay. The boys are here. Okay, Vanity Project. Back with Ethan is great. I think we should talk 2026, boss. Wow. Oh, okay. Evolve's back. That's good news, isn't it? I didn't know that. Okay, Thea Hale is coming down. Oh, look, she's not 100%, man. I don't really get this. Maybe she's a little overselling here. I mean, she's like hobbling her way down and I mean, if you... How can you expect to retain that championship if you're not... No, she hasn't even... She's lost her smile. She's lost her smile. She's come down to the ring and she's like... Who is going to answer this flipping open challenge? I was thinking it might be Jordynne Grace, but... No one wanted this match as much as I did. I need to prove to myself and everyone else here that I deserve this. Who are we going to bring out? Thea... Thea open challenges could be really, really fun. Okay, we've got a lot of women trying to fight their way down to the ring right now. Thea said whoever the first person to get to the ring is... Yeah, we've got Callie, I think. Oh my God. Tatum. Tatum wants it. Tatum comes out. Oh no. That Izzy. Izzy? Are we going to put the belt onto Izzy? Yeah, we might be getting a title change here. Tatum came out with the chainsaw. And while she was on the outside of the ring about to get in, Izzy jumps in the ring from the other side. I can't see Thea getting past Izzy. She's already took a loss tonight. Oh, this ain't going to be good, is it? This is an injured Thea, who I don't think would get past Izzy at the best of times. 1, 2. She manages to get her shoulder up. It's Thea against Izzy. Have we got any men's wrestlers in NXT or? We had Tatum Izzy, then we had Kendal Tatum. Now we're actually going back around the women we've already done. Crowd are chanting, we want Tatum. I mean, I know they say the women are advancing a lot quicker than the men, but are we at the point now where the men can't even get on the show? Thea trying to go in between the legs of Izzy. No joy. Against the ropes. Gets driven in the corner. Oh, slam down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out again. This is just Thea in survival mode. We are into the second hour. Okay, I can tell you that last match got great 77. Wow. Yeah, that's what we said about Raw, was that it was missing, like, not just a great match, but like something really significant, like get into that kind of great 80 range. This one didn't quite manage it, but it was not far off. Great 77 for Kendal Gray against Jacy Jayne. Great. Okay, Thea Hale down. Kick coming in there by Izzy. Over in the corner. Kicks coming in there by Izzy. Thea Hale down. I think we're at commercial break right now. So, kicks coming in. She jumps out the ring. Look at that, pulling at Thea. Oh. I really hope that if there is another guy ever that joins the Cullen, then they have the ridiculous Taker 2014 Mohawk that Spears and Nico have. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Thea. Looked like Sean Spears just... Yeah, I think he thought the match was over. It looked like he was getting in the ring to congratulate Izzy. Kick coming in there by Izzy. And again... Thea is still down. Knee in the back of the head there by Izzy. Thea has got the side of her body all bandaged. Like those... I don't know what they're called. I can't remember what they're called, those. Oh. I was trying to see if I could read what they were called. I remember Cesaro being covered in it. It's like that tape stuff, isn't it? Hold your body together. Shot coming in there by Thea. Thea over against the ropes as Izzy comes in. Knee to the midsection. Thea goes over. Izzy. Oh, look at that. Knee in the back. Pulling back on the chin. I'm still not sure why Brooks was kicked out of the Cullen. I guess they just don't have anything for him other than Evolve, said Steve. Jada might be injured. No one knows where she's been and there's no reports. An injury sounds likeliest. Yeah, I've not heard anything. That's true. I haven't heard anything on her. Gunther Otis would be a banger, said Freddie. Sean said, I see great things on the horizon for NXT, especially if they do put Vanity Project and Ethan together. Sean is cooking. Yeah, I like that as a pairing. I agree. I think that is really positive. Kendal has obviously not won the title, but really shown what she's going to be bringing. Tatum is super over. This is an opportunity for Thea and Izzy, but it's not... it's doing all right. It's hard, though. I mean, they're following a banger. So, I mean, it's difficult. Shot coming in there by Thea, and again, and it's hard to see Izzy getting the victory. Izzy losing after losing earlier. Like, it's hard to see her... Oh, I love that she's going after that tape. She's pulling at that tape, you know. That's nice. She pulls the tape off. Targets the ribs. Right now, grabbing. Thea picks her up. No, Thea reverses. Do you imagine if Izzy loses twice on the same show? Thea is trying to get over to the other side. Kick coming in. She just bought herself a bit of room there. Quick kicks coming in there by Thea. Thea stumbles back a little bit as Izzy comes over. Against the ropes goes Thea. Double axe handle. Izzy goes down. Okay, Thea trying to get back into this. She's got the Kimura, of course. So, I mean, that is a great move that doesn't matter how big her opponent is. Roll through. Izzy down. Izzy... manages to get out of that, though. I really don't think Izzy should be losing to Thea. Shot coming in. Picks her up. Slams her down. Izzy. Oh. Okay, is she going to go against the rope? She does. This is the move. Oh, I think she's trying to set her up for the move that won the belt. Here we go. She tried to... Bottom row. Knees up there by Izzy. I mean, everyone's going to have that move scouted. I mean, that's the move that won her the title. Knees up by Izzy. 1, 2. Shoulder up, though. This match continuing. Shoulder up there by Thea. It's not bad. It's fine. Right now, she picks up... there we go. Looking for the Kimura. Thea Hale trying to get that Kimura in. No joy, though. Thea gets driven back in the corner. I tell you what I am believing, and that is that Thea is having to dig deep and really give everything here. I mean, they're doing well in getting across the size of the challenge that Thea is facing. Thea is getting up to her feet. Izzy on the outside. Thea with a suicide dive gets caught. Picked up. Boom! Slammed onto the commentary table. Izzy gets back in the ring, but a count out is not going to be any good for Izzy. Yeah, well, Izzy, you ain't going to win the title this way. It's like she just realized. That was weird. She was kind of standing there like, oh, this. And then all of a sudden it dawned on her, I'm not going to win the belt. Right now, Izzy over in the corner. Thea comes over. Guy in the crowd stands up. He's like, come on, Thea. Thea is, she's up. Big shot coming in there by Thea. And again. Thea trying to get up. Izzy is... Yeah, she's going for that Kimura. I'm surprised how long this match has been going for. I suppose we have been going through commercial breaks, though. Izzy. Oh, big power bomb. 1, 2, 3. Izzy gets it. Izzy gets it. From the corner, a big power bomb from the corner. James, thank you. Boo earns, says K-Dub. To be honest, I don't know that Izzy was quite the right person to answer that open challenge, because there was surely no way they were going to have her lose twice on the same show. The only thing I did wonder was Blake going to get involved and maybe just prevent the title change. But there we go. Izzy lose. It's a bit like Bret Hart at WrestleMania 10. Bret loses to Owen, then later that same night wins the championship. Izzy loses to Tatum, then later on in the same show wins the championship. Basically, what I'm saying is Izzy Dame is Bret the Hitman Hart. They're basically the same. Well, there we go. The North American Championship is on Izzy Dame, and that's a big problem for Blake Monroe. I think getting it off Thea was one thing. Getting it off Izzy is going to be something completely different, but there's Lola. Where does Thea go from here as well? Okay, so Vanity Project were just hitting on Lola there. Hank and Tank have come to her aid. Okay, so Lola says she needs to take care of Kalani. So it looks like Lola and Izzy might be on collision course. There she is. Shoes are off. Ah, here we go. Kalani and Lola. That was kind of cool. She's like, of course you're talking about me. Shoes coming up. Joe Hendry is here with Ava. Oh, Joe wants a fight. He wants Dion Lennox. That'll be good. I don't even understand that. So he said, I want Dion, and she said, yeah, but you know that Dark State are going to get involved. And he was like, what if I can find a couple of badasses that can ensure that it is just me and Dion? And Ava was like, that sounds good. But what does that mean? Does that mean she's okay with a couple of guys attacking Dark State before the match? I don't understand what that means. She hasn't made a multi-person match. She's basically just said, if you can find a couple of guys to deal with Dark State, I'll sign the match off. Is that good GM work? That's not how GMing works, is it? Who do we think is going to dethrone Jacy? Could it be Kendal in a rematch? I suppose it could be. I mean, they've got options. Obviously, you know, there's still lots of great women around. I mean, I don't know where Jade has flipping disappeared to, but, you know, Jade is an option. Lola's an option. I suppose, like, you've got to look at the faces, haven't you? Because it's going to be a face, I'm sure. I don't think it's going to be Jordan Grace. It looks like she's on her way to the main roster. Kendal is an option. I mean, I don't really know. Don't really know what else she needs to do. I mean, in ring, she's fantastic. She just needs more experience. But to be honest with you, that's not really a reason to not put the belt on her. She can cut promos. Crowd like her. Great in-ring talent. She's going to put on banger matches. I don't know. I don't really know why we're kicking the can down the road, but yeah, I mean, she's got to be in the mix. She's as good an option as anyone. I mean, Zaria's got to be an option because Zaria, of course, is I believe sticking around. But I mean, she might turn on Soul. I think Soul's going, so she might turn on Soul. So she might end up being a heel. So, don't know. We just need to look at babyface, top end babyfaces. And, I mean, it could be that Fallon turns on Jacy, couldn't it? It could be that Fallon turns on Jacy, beats up on Jacy, and we do a bit of a betrayal storyline, and Fallon gets the belt. That would be a way of getting it onto Fallon. If Fallon doesn't go up. So that would be an option as well. If you say his name, then he appears, said Dot Holiday. But Hardy Boys announced Joe Hendry for TNA Genesis. Daze, I heard from my squirrel that her vagine stinks. She doesn't wash it. William, thank you. If Toni Storm was still in WWE, she would be a jobber, says Humpty. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that she would have been given the freedom that she's had in AEW to do the Timeless character. So I really can't say as to where we would be with her, but yeah, I certainly miss her. She's a brilliant talent. But right, we need that in there. Days since Blake has been banned from the building, could this be her being called up to Raw or SmackDown? I appreciate the NXT opinions videos. Could this be her getting called up? I mean, it could. I can't say that it is or that it's a big factor. I mean, to me, I think this is more just storyline. I think what they wanted to do is they want to keep Blake sort of free because there is a chance of her going up. So I think as a result, they didn't want to put the belt back onto her. So you've announced that you're doing Thea against Blake. You don't want to put the title back on Blake because it turns out the main roster are interested. And so you want to put it on someone else. How do you navigate through that? And so this is what they've decided to do. So certainly she is not tied to any titles now if they do want to take her. But I don't know that this means, yes, definitely she's on her way to the main roster, you know? Okay, we got Ethan in the ring right now. Ava was telling Joe that if he made it no DQ like he wanted, Dark State would interfere. That's why Joe said he was going to get some backup, says Robbie. Right, got you. Okay, so Ethan says in a few moments we're going to get the NXT title match. But they're not the main event. I am. I don't really know where this is going, to be honest. Someone's going to interrupt this, aren't they? Okay, he calls himself an international icon. Okay, I don't know who this is. Jasper Troy. I'm okay with this. It's not the most exciting thing, but this is someone we need to build. I'm the monster of NXT, says Jasper Troy. I can see his brightly coloured pants. Dude, someone's interrupted you. There's no point talking when someone's interrupted you. He doesn't have any aura, does he, Jasper Troy? There's no aura there whatsoever. Josh Briggs making his way down. Okay, boos for him. He's managed to get himself a bit of a reaction. Briggs the door. Briggs the door. Such a lame chant. Okay, here's Stacks. Do you know what? I completely forget about Ariana Grace, but I mean, she is someone that's going to still be around this women's division. To be honest, I forgot about Stacks. I'm the only person from NXT carrying TNA golds. Oh, he's deeply unlikable, isn't he, now? Okay, nice reaction for Shiloh. To be honest, out of all of these, Shiloh is the one that's the most interesting. Toothless aggression is the chant. We've got the big man in there, Jasper Troy. He's lacking aura, but he's not lacking size when you see his size compared to all the others. Oh, okay. Stacks against Shiloh next week. Here's Tavian. This is like a bit of a showcase of this is what we've got for you in 2026, isn't it? These are the guys we need to get behind. I feel like we need to bring Miles Bourne down because he's very much in this kind of pool. Tavian gets him. So it looks like Jasper. Tavian against Jasper. I think that's the speed title in it. Oh, Tavian nailed. What is one of the first things I'd say to Jasper when he came to the back is, "You're a big monster. I don't think you should wear such fun pants." I don't think your underwear should be so brightly coloured. Everyone knows if you're moody and you're a monster, you have to wear dark black pants. Everyone knows that. You can't wear fun cartoon pants. Ariana goes to slap Shiloh. I don't know. What's he doing here? What's this? Oh, no! The tooth just fell out his mouth. Oh, my God. Landed on and she was like, ah! Oh, my God. She's having a nightmare with his teeth. Toothless aggression. No, he wants to know where it's gone. I don't blame him. I'd imagine that's quite expensive. Right, half an hour left to go. That was weird. I don't really know how to sum that segment up. Weird. It's just a way of going, here's a load of people we've got on the roster, and we're going to do some matches next week, and here's some reasons why. But, weird. Bum, bum, bum. You can't handle the tooth. Ah, oh, very good, K-Dub. You can't handle the tooth. That was awesome, said Duram. Gotner said, I'm a Shiloh stan now. Give him all the titles. James said, Shiloh couldn't stand the tooth. Helora said, we need to send out a search party for the Heritage Cup, as it is still listed as an active championship. To be honest, I think they long ago moved on from that. I think that was abandoned when it got thrown. I think, didn't it get thrown in the water? I'm pretty sure he got thrown in a river, didn't it, by Tony? So I'm not sure why it's still being listed as an active championship, because I don't think they've got any plans for it. Good 86 for Izzy, Thea. Right. Briggs just doesn't have it, in my opinion, said Wyatt661. Where is Tony, said John. Tony keeps popping up in the background, doesn't he? He's kind of up in the stands or whatever. Like, you see him occasionally. I wouldn't be shocked if at the end of the show he's kind of in the crowds, just sort of making his presence felt. But, yeah, we don't have, we haven't seen him yet. Okay. We are at commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting into our main event championship match on the line. I think this show's been a very entertaining show. I've enjoyed it. I mean, I think if you watched this and you don't normally watch, I think that you've seen a couple of really, really good matches. One of them in particular, I think, more than holds its own against anything from SmackDown and Raw. You've seen, Ethan is good talent. You just got introduced to a few faces there. And I think it's giving you a glimpse of what 2026 is going to kind of look like. Izzy obviously being a champion, Tatum being around, Kendal coming through, Jasper, Shiloh, Tavian. Looks like Ethan's sticking around a little bit. Ricky's going to be sticking around a little bit. There's no word on Ricky or Ethan going up at the moment. So, I think we've had a little glimpse of what the year's going to look like. But I don't know. We're about to find out the biggest question. Are we going to put the belt on a TNA talent? Are we about to have Leon Slater crowned as the new NXT champ? I do think Miles will step up. Ethan's been trying. Ricky will be around for a while. Yeah, I was really surprised Miles didn't come out in that segment. That just felt a little bit like a showcase for some of the guys that were around or going to be sticking around. So I was surprised Miles wasn't a part of that. Right, on the podcasts, we have got AJ Styles catching up with Undertaker. We have got Finn Balor catching up with Cody. We got Liv Morgan chatting with Stephanie. Okay, we have got OTM backstage with Joe. Okay, that's quite good from Joe. He's like, if you help me out, it's not about helping me out. It's about you guys getting closer to those tag titles. Oh, here's Sol Ruka. Here's Zarya. Good. So, Sol said, I'm going to come after that title. Miles is chatting. There's Ethan. Okay, Tate Wilder from Evolve is here. Can you hear me now? Out there was for champions and challengers, and you're neither. I like what we've just had with OTM. I think that makes sense. I like what we just had with Sol Ruka and Fatal Influence. I mean, it's quick. It's a quick little interaction, but again, it makes sense. And I like what we just had there with Ethan and Miles. Some really good backstage segments. Bang, bang, bang. In a row. Lola Vice, Kalani Jordan goes down next week. Deep down, we all know that Miles is a winner in life. We're just seeing a replay. It almost fell in her mouth. Stacks against Shiloh. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that was sick. Did you see any of the Austin interview? No. Not yet, I haven't. He said he regrets turning heel and joining Vince. I bet he does. It sucked. Right, here's Leon. Let's go. Main event time. He's a hell of a talent. I like his entrance. I like the graphics. I like the music. I like him as a performer. He's young. He is the Javon replacement. He's not technically our talent, but... yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oba Femi versus Leon Slater. If this doesn't get the juices going, I'm not sure what will. Main events coming up next. We've gone to commercial break. We got 20 odd minutes to go. 20 odd minutes to go. 20 odd minutes to go. I remember watching an interview with Joe Hendry, and he mentioned Leon about 2 years ago. He was probably only about 18, said Poppy Crocs. Daze, can you answer Carmen Live? Where is Carmen Live? Daze, I went to Texas. I normally still go to the one in Dyer, Indiana. I went to the one at Crown Point, Indiana. Oh, Texas Roadhouse. Oh, do you know, I never went into one of those. I liked the look of them from the outside, though. Texas Roadhouse. They got a few of them in America. In Florida. Texas Roadhouse. That's what it looks like on the outsides. Looks good. When you drive past, you're like, oh, I bet that's a nice place to get a steak. That's the kind of food they do. Steaks, obviously. Blowing out. Look at that. Look at that. What's that? No, is that like sweetbreads? It's cornbread. I don't think it's cornbread, is it? I don't know. We don't really have that. We don't really have steaks like that either. God only knows where you would find a steak like that in the UK. You'd have to go to a proper steakhouse and spend £1 million. Some of your cuts in America are incredible. I don't think I could find a steak like that. Well, I probably could at a proper steakhouse in the UK, but I mean, proper steakhouses in the UK are expensive. This is weird because it's a roadhouse. We don't really have a thing like this in the UK. It's nice. It's good. Some good stuff there. Look, I want to be that guy. I'm eating everything on the Texas Roadhouse menu. Guys, we need to check this video out. This is all recipes. He tries it. We got a mukbang. Come eat with us at Texas Roadhouse mukbang. I want a mukbang with Kim. Eat with Kim. 20-ounce bone ribeye steak. Oh my God, Kim goes mental, doesn't she? She mukbangs everywhere. Is that her mukbang in here as well? How many times has she mukbanged at Texas Roadhouse? Kim, you got a problem? Kim's mukbanging all over the US. Is that Kim again? No. That looked a bit like Kim, but it's not Kim. But she's just, she's mukbanging and letting everyone watch. Let me know. Hey, look, we could be part of the crew. We could be part of it. Look at that. We could be in that line. We could be holding up that baby. We're at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah! There's literally babies being thrown in the air. That's how exciting this place is. That is how I love my job. These guys love their job so much. They've had that printed on the back of their shirts. I love my job. They don't make you wear that, you know. Is she mukbanging? Delish? Fair play. I'd mukbang with Delish. I can tell you that much. Delish, as in delicious. Ah, clever. Clever. Well, there we go. That. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Armadillo. We could be this guy. Did Texas Roadhouse change its recipe? That's how concerning it is. Guys, I think the unthinkable has happened. I think they've changed their recipe. Turns out you can have more fun with Texas Roadhouse than I thought. But we don't have time because here comes Oba. 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 Oba Femi making his way down to the ring. We got 16 minutes to go. Leon Slater. Oba Femi. Ah! Let's go, main event time. I wonder what Silver thinks, considering he got scooped when his contract expires. He surely knows he's losing Leon. Surely he knows. And if not, I'll be happy to tell him. You're definitely losing Leon Slater, mate. Okay, Mike Rome. Daze, there's a reason why Jasper Troy likes to flex his rainbow bright-coloured kids pants on TV. Is there a reason? Pervert. The other Roadhouse is at Crown Point. But I was at the Portage, Indiana location on New Year's Eve. Oh, what? You went on New Year's Eve, did you? Oba Femi. Oba. Okay. Oba is in there with Leon. We are underway, and we haven't got loads of time for this, but then, to be honest, we don't need loads of time for this. Nice throw there by Oba. We know he's got the strength advantage. Oba locking up there with Leon. Leon goes down. Oba working on the arm. I don't know that there's been like a massive talking point. Obviously, we've had a new champion crowned. I don't know. It feels... It does feel like the stage is set for Leon to get the win here, you know. I mean, if Oba wins this, what's the big talking point from tonight? Is he wins the North American Championship. It's a talking point. I'm not down on it, but I don't know. It does feel like the stage is set for Leon to shock the world. It's such an obstacle to get past this absolute mountain of a man, though, isn't it? I mean, look at him. He's just all muscle as well, isn't he? I mean, he's just solid. He's just big and solid. Chop coming in there by Leon. Another big blow. Ah, my God. One chop back by Oba and Leon goes down. One blow by Oba and Leon goes down. Headlock being applied. Blimey now. Look at this. Oh, God. It's like a gunshot. It is like a gunshot. Jeez Louise. Oba Femi. Raw and SmackDown are so lucky. They've gained Trick Williams, who just looked like $1 million the other day with Sammy. They're getting this guy as well. He's going to go to one of them. I mean, he's a main eventer, multiple-time world champ. Against the ropes. Gets caught. Ah. Oba with Leon. Bang. I mean, to be honest with you, could you imagine if Undertaker's streak was still going? Would you be surprised if Oba ended it? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Oba as the person that ended Undertaker's streak. Imagine that match. Imagine Oba Femi Undertaker with Undertaker still able to go and the streak being on the line. Imagine that match. Stupid Undertaker. How dare he get old? Right, Leon on the outsides. Bang, getting slammed into the edge of the ring. We don't have any sound, or I don't have any sound. Seems to have disappeared. Here it is. Daze, you're singing and dancing and talking. Let's go, says Hannah. I've had a good time, honestly. I've really enjoyed wrestling in 2026. I mean, Friday was really good. Yesterday, I enjoyed the show and the Stranger Things theming and whatnot. And I've really enjoyed NXT tonight. So, yeah, long may this continue as we head into 2026. Genuinely been fun. I've just really been enjoying it. And as I said, I feel like the table is set here. It definitely feels like Leon has got a real opportunity. If loads of stuff had happened already and there'd been loads of talking points, I sort of feel like maybe that would play this down. But actually, there's not been loads. I could believe that he could get this done. But coming into it, if I had to choose, I would have gone with Oba retaining. Shot coming in there by Leon, driving Oba back. Oof. Leon is down. We've got Oba. Going over to him. Kick coming in there by Leon. Big boot coming back by Oba. He's grabbing a hold of the leg. Shot coming in. He's got a chin lock being applied here. We haven't got loads of time to play with in this match, but I think we are still at commercial, aren't we? Yeah. We're back in about 30-odd seconds, 38 seconds. Leon Slater being kept grounded. I think Punk winning last night was a mistake. Braun should have won. Thoughts? I think it was the right call. I think Braun winning. Braun should not lose at WrestleMania because WrestleMania is obviously going to have loads of eyes on it. A lot of people only watch Mania and that's it each year. So the point I was making before yesterday was if you put the belt on Braun, You're not going to have him lose it at Mania. You can't have him lose at Mania. I think that's a real mistake. So if you put the belt on Braun, does that mean that he just has to win at Mania and keep going? Or is it better to have him win the belt at Mania, like lose last night, but get the title at Mania instead? I'll tell you the thing I'll be interested in, though, and that is how is he going to explain that he didn't get the job done? I'm actually really interested to see that. I want to know what Heyman's got to say. I want to know what Braun's got to say. I want to know how they're going to explain it. It's okay for him to lose to someone like CM Punk that's, you know, an amazing legend. It's not like he's got to win all of his, like, title matches or anything. That's okay. I mean, you can tell a story that, you know, I thought I was ready, but I'm not quite there, but I know what needs to be done. And actually now work on that, go to Mania, get the job done. I mean, that to me is fine. So I think if he'd have won last night, I would have been worried that he was going to lose at Mania, and I really don't think that's the right call. Oh, lovely. Oh, my God. Leon's so good with like a Matrix kind of escape where he goes backwards, kips back up. So smooth, isn't he? There was a big chop in there as well by Oba. Leon is climbing up. He's up top, looking for a big crossbody, which he lands. 1, 2, Leon getting back in this. I don't think they've given this match enough time. I don't think they've given it enough time. Because, I mean, we've got 5 minutes. Leon coming round, throwing in a kick. Leon again trying to come over, throwing in another kick there. Oba over against the ropes. Bang! Big clothesline. And again, he grabs him. He's looking to pick him up. Bang! Slams him down. Oba for the pin. 1, 2, choke slam. That's not going to do it. I think that Thea Izzy match went a bit too long, said K-Dub. I agree. Definitely could have shaved some time off that. Leon down in the corner. Oba over the other side. Final 5 minutes of this week's NXT. There's a European uppercut. Coming back in again with another European uppercut. Oba. Ooh. Tried to run there and he was like, ah. His leg just sort of gave him a bit of trouble. I think... Oh, look at the strength of Leon there. Oh, my God, that is amazing. Leon had Oba here, and that was impressive. But then he managed to get him here and slam him. I mean, that guy in the crowd's like... To even hold Oba here was good. But to do that bit, oh, my God... Yeah, that immediately the crowd have broken into "This is awesome" chants. Tell you what, Oba's not going to be used to getting slammed like that. Leon is getting caught by Oba. Lovely kick, though. Oba goes down. He's having real trouble, and he's selling that knee. Here we go, Leon. He's having a bit of trouble, but he manages to go over. I like that shot. That's a good camera cut. That's a really good camera cut. So you cut over and you actually see him going over to the outside. Normally we cover it that way. That was really nice. Right now we got Leon going up. In the corner. Perched. Looking to put the big man away. Knees up there by Oba. Leon goes down. Oba trying to get over. 1, 2, shoulder up. Crucifix pin. Really close. That was really close for Leon. Kick coming in there by Leon. Leon against the ropes. And bang! Slam down. 1, 2. Oba gets it. Oba gets it. Well, it's what we expected, but there was a chance. There was a chance. I feel like that match is too short. Leon is down and is obviously gutted. Oba gets the win. We're just having a look at a replay of what went down. He laid it all out there tonight, says Vic Joseph. I really thought there was a chance. But there was a chance. Oba then victorious and in the ring. The aura is insane when it comes to Oba, isn't it? He's going to be such an amazing addition to the main roster. Holds up that NXT Championship. Okay. What? What did Oba do? He's left the belt! Has he left the belt? He might have just put the belt down and walked away. Oh my God! Mr. Stone's like, did you see what Oba just did? He's walked away from the belt. We saw Tony D'Angelo staring at it in the background, but I was really drawn into what Ava was saying there. I was wondering if they were about to announce like a breakout tournament or something. But yeah, there have been a lot of call-ups. There's going to be a lot of opportunity in NXT, but oh, that was so good at the end. That was so good. Oh my God, have you seen what Oba's done? And then you just cut back to that belt alone in the ring. Chef's kiss. Yeah. Sean is doing some more cooking. I tell you, NXT was the best of the WWE brands in 2025, and 2026 has started off really good as well. Really, really good. Well, there we go. I mean, it does beg the question, why beat Leon if you're just going to forfeit the title, doesn't it? I'm sure that that's going to be one that's Brian Alvarez is going to have a rant about, because he's been ranted about the fact that we've not been building young stars, putting the belts on them, and you've just had Oba beat Leon and then just decide, nah, I don't want this anymore. Don't want to be champ. Don't want this belt. Actually, I don't even want the belt. I don't even want to be champ anymore. I tell you what, though, that sends a message, doesn't it? Because, oh, what are we going to do now? Are we going to do a tournament? Or what are we going to do? That felt like an FU to TNA, says Robbie. I love that. No big speech, just wins and goes, says K-Dub. I miss that ending. Yeah, it was good. And you know what? It was a surprise. I really like the way they did that. I'm not sure how much I love him relinquishing the title after just beating someone. But I like the way that it was done, where kind of felt like we were done with Oba. You know, we had cut away from him. And so we went back and we were with Ava. And so it really felt like we were done with that story. And then for Mr. Stone to burst in and go, have you seen what Oba just did? It's like, my God, what's Oba just done? I actually thought he'd collapsed. Because at the end, he does his pose. And then he seemed to, like, very gingerly sort of look at the title or something as we cut away. And I was like, I wonder if he's just gone over and, you know, collapsed or something. It wasn't that. He just left the belt in the ring. He was like, I don't want this anymore. Sucks. I'm off to AEW. The NXT Championship is vacant, says Dwayne. WrestleRant said Oba put no one over on his way out, and he gave the belt back after an underwhelming Leon match. That was anticlimactic, and it was super lame. 997 said, I love that ending. Joseph said, I love that ending. TNA denied. James said, vacant is officially champion again. It makes TNA look bad, said Timothy. I sort of disagree with that, because I sort of feel like TNA didn't even need to be in that match. You know, we gave Leon the victory in the Iron Survivor Challenge, which is how he earned this opportunity. We didn't even need to give Leon that match, did we? You know, he could have lost the Iron Survivor Challenge. And actually, I think some of us I was quite surprised that Leon won that and gained this opportunity. So, you know, it could have been Dion that was in that match, could have been Javon that was in that match, could have been anyone that was in that match. The decision was to have Oba leave NXT strong as he goes to the main roster. I don't think that matters. I think when you go to the main roster, you kind of start again anyway. But they decided to go this way. They decided to give Leon a championship match and give him a build and have him cut some promos and all of that stuff, which is good screen time for Leon. And then he main events an NXT, which is, you know, it's hard to be down on that, but they just didn't have any plans for him to be the champ right now. But he, you know, I mean, there's another way of looking at it, and that other way of looking at it is he didn't even need to be in this match. We could have had Dion, we could have had Javon, we could have had Tavian, we could have had Miles Bourne, we could have had Tony, could have had a number of NXT talents be in this match and lose. But, you know, Leon got it. I think there's definitely some positives to take out of that. And, you know, he doesn't get the win, but even so, he still gets a lot of positives. I mean, listen, this is not a burial of Leon, is it? We love Leon, and he is going to be signed by WWE. You know, so I don't think that it's right to look at it as we're burying a TNA talent. If anything, you can make the counter argument that we've just showcased a TNA talent when we didn't need to. And it's a TNA talent we would like to sign when he's available because he's that skilled and he's that good. So I don't view it that way. I don't view it that we've just buried him or buried him. I do think, though, the decision to do a title match, forget that it was Leon, but to do a title match, have Oba win, and then just leave the belt is one that will be debated. That will be debated because people will say, why didn't you just have a passing of the torch moment? This was your opportunity to kind of pass the torch to someone that can take that belt forwards. But, yeah, they didn't want to do that, clearly. I think you could make an argument, though. The reason why they've decided to go this way is because now you can do a tournament that showcases a lot of people. Do you know what I mean? Now there can actually be a story about a scramble for the title. The title is available. Ethan Page is going to want it. Ricky is going to want it. You know, Javon, well, maybe not Javon. I'm just thinking who else was in the Iron Survivor. Dion Lennox is going to want it. Miles Bourne is going to want it. You know, everyone's going to want it that's still in NXT. So now it gives you an opportunity to really showcase a lot of talent that are going to go after that title. But I will understand the criticisms. I will understand reading opinions where people are like, I don't like it because of this, this, and this. I will understand. I do think that it is questionable as well. But I don't know. I think I can see where they're going to go with it. And interesting. Right, well, I do need to go in a second, but let's get a couple of comments. Leon wasn't buried. He did get a good showing, but the NXT title was buried. He just left it in a ring like an orphan, and they could have had the next champ that they want to be his opponent, and plans likely change, said Steve. It's fine for NXT wrestler to keep winning the TNA title, but not for TNA to win the NXT title. That's not the tag title, says Robbie. I think the TNA talent will get it. I mean, we did wonder if it would be tonight, but yeah, it wasn't. But I think at some point you will get a TNA talent winning. Have we had a TNA talent win the women's belt yet? Can't remember. Have we? Did Masha have it or anything? I can't remember. They will. I've got no doubt that they will. Oba is going to get called up, and he'll be Kit Wilson's bodyguard. Let's go. Dream gig. Big Time said, Javon won the Iron Survivor, then went with Leon at New Year's Evil. Leon loses, then Oba vacates. Every which way they do whatever they can to avoid TNA wrestlers winning the titles. I think this is a narrative that a lot of you are making up yourselves. I really don't think that's a thing. I think that we've already had like the Hardys get the tag titles, and I am very confident that we will see a TNA talent win the women's or the men's NXT titles at some point. I mean, if it never happens, then maybe we can have a conversation. But TNA talents are getting matches for the NXT titles. And yeah, I could believe it. I could believe it happening. The thing with Leon is he's a great talent, but he is their X Division champion, so he's not their top champion. I sort of feel like at Stand and Deliver, if you did NXT title against TNA title, winner takes all, and it's like champion versus champion, like the top guys from both brands go against each other. And there's a build, maybe that would feel like the right time to do it. Because I'm pretty confident it's going to happen, but was tonight the right night at the Performance Center with Leon Slater, who is, I don't even know how the X Division belt ranks. It's like a mid-card title, I know, but I mean, it was a good option. You could have done it, but I think there's other ways you can do it. And I wouldn't be shocked if, later this year we actually do champion versus champion, NXT champ versus TNA champ. It's kind of a go-to thing you can always use, I don't think there's anything in, worrying about a TNA talent winning the titles. It's just obviously NXT are going to want to showcase their talents primarily. If it happens, it's going to be very rare. I mean, I'm certainly not going to say it's going to happen on a regular basis, because WWE want that belt on, their big prospect that they're trying to promote, and they're trying to get ready for the main roster. So, it's not really in their benefit to put it onto TNA talent. So it's one of those where I think it happens, and I think it should happen. I don't think it's going to happen much. I don't think it'll happen like often, because you got to remember what that NXT title is for. It's for developing talent so they're ready for the main roster. It doesn't make sense to put it on someone that you haven't even got under contract. But I think it does need to happen, and it will happen at some point for the good of the partnership, yeah? But it's not something that I think WWE are desperately trying to sort or arrange. Let's put it this way, I don't think it's a priority. But there was still a chance it could have happened tonight with Leon, wasn't there? Are you doing an opinions video? Yeah, I think people are going to have thoughts and opinions on this, so I think an opinions video makes sense. I'm not going to do a stream, though, because for the breakdown, I will do a breakdown video, but I don't have it set up. I had no plans to do one. So I'll do a breakdown video, but it'll have to be a video. Right, let's read a couple more and then we'll go. Aseem said, how bad is it for Oba to do what he did? You have to keep the aura going for a top star. You don't always pass the torch. If you look at Crawford, he retired without losing. How is it bad? Well, I think I didn't say it was bad. I don't remember saying it was bad. But I do think that it is a missed opportunity to pass the torch. I think for me, the main roster is a different beast to NXT. I think when you go to the main roster, you kind of start again. There's so many people that don't watch NXT that you are just starting over. You know, you're kind of reintroducing yourself. You're having to get over again. And so you're having to kind of, you know, start over. So for me, it's not massively a continuation. Like, you know, what was Roman Reigns doing in FCW? Do you know what I mean? What was he doing? What character work? What feuds did he have? I mean, to be honest, most people saw Roman and Seth. Maybe Seth a little less because NXT was on network, but you know, most people saw these talents for the first time when they arrived on the main roster. Now, granted, there's more visibility now, so times have changed. So there will be a lot more people that do watch the developmental product than used to. But I still think by and large, globally, if you look at viewership and all of that, you are basically starting again when you go to the main roster. So he could have lost tonight to Leon. We could have crowned a new champ. You could have sent Oba off and gone to the main roster and it wouldn't have changed absolutely nothing. It would have affected nothing. I'm not going to say that it's bad. I think the only thing that I would question is the optics of beating someone and then just sort of giving the belt up. Optics of that, I don't know how that looks. You know, like you had an opportunity tonight to get the right person to pass the torch over to, and you had the opportunity to do that. Instead, you had him go up against Leon. He beats Leon, and then he goes, well, I don't want this anyway. And so I can understand people going, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think that's a good way to have booked the end of Oba in developmental. But, you know, it's fine. Either way doesn't massively bother me. I can understand why they have done it this way, but equally, it would have been fine if he'd have passed it over. More people know NXT stars now than before. Yeah. The only thing I've heard about Roman in FCW was that he had the worst catchphrase, which was slap yourself. It's not a huge deal. The partnership is working. I'm pretty sure TNA would say it's working if you look at, you know, them breaking records for their attendances and having the ability to use NXT talent on their show, having TNA being mentioned on NXT. I mean, I think it would be laughable to suggest that this is not working for TNA. I don't think you're really looking at what's going on if you think that this is not working both ways. Roman was a champion for 4 years. Do we need to put the belt on him? Do we need to put the belt on him? I don't think so. I don't think we need to. I mean, what I would say is that you can go back to Roman. He's a viable option. He's the most popular superstar. I mean, from a business point of view, it would make sense to put the belt on your most popular guy, and that is Roman. But I don't think we need to. We know that 2025 was not a great year, though, so WWE might want to just heat things back up again, you know, put the gas back on. And I think an easy way of doing that would be to go back to Roman. So, you know, you can. I don't know that you necessarily need to. The harder work is to, you know, kind of go the non-Roman way. But Roman's the easy option. So if they do it, I think they're doing it just to get, you know, things cooking again, things moving again. But I'm not sure that we need to. Robbie said, I think it's a bit lopsided. NXT has taken the TNA World title, Knockouts title twice, and the International title, but TNA has only won the NXT tag titles. I mean, it is true that it's lopsided, but I think that it's lopsided from a promotional point of view as well. These are not equal promotions. I mean, if you think of what TNA delivers ratings-wise, it's like 100 and some thousand a week. NXT delivers 600,000 a week. I mean, it might upset people, but the NXT titles are, more valuable because they are seen more by more people. This is a promotion that gets like at least 5 times the viewership of TNA. So for TNA to be in this partnership, it's more valuable to them than it is to WWE, because they are getting exposure on a show that is so much bigger. Imagine if WWE could get onto a show that was 5 times bigger than NXT. That would be a big deal, and it would be a big help for NXT because we'd be getting so much exposure. So for a NXT talent to have the TNA titles is one thing, but for a TNA talent to get the NXT titles, it is a different thing. And as we said, WWE is using their talent and their titles to try and get ready for the main roster. TNA talent doesn't go anywhere else. This is it for them. The TNA is not a developmental for anything above, but NXT is. So again, that's another point of difference. So I don't think you can look at both brands and both sets of titles as being 50-50. Like, oh, they've won this many of that, we should win this many of this. It's not equal. So for me, I kind of feel like, yeah, I want TNA to feel good about this relationship. I like the partnership. I wasn't sure about it at first, but, having watched what I've seen, I think it's really, really good. I think TNA are really benefiting. They get access to talent. They've had Ariana Grace. We've obviously sent Trick over. Trick's been their champion. I mean, that's a good. I mean, look where Trick is now. Trick's on the main roster. It was not that long ago. He was the TNA champ. So, you can sort of look at it like TNA are doing us a favor by letting Trick be the champ, or you can look at it as that's really good for TNA that Trick is their champ. And that, this gives them a champion that's not a TNA contracted superstar to try and bring down. And that was the story we were trying to sell. Joe Hendry was going after Trick. Mike Santana was going after Trick. And actually, isn't it Mike Santana that ultimately beats Trick and gets what I think was regarded as a really great moment, and his daughter came in the ring? And I mean, you can only really do that if you put the belt onto an NXT talent in the first place. So, I don't know, man. I'm not sold on this argument. I'm not sold on this, we're screwing over TNA argument. I mean, TNA's president was in the crowd tonight. The viewership of tonight's show is going to be bigger than usual because it was New Year's Evil. There was a TNA talent in the main event. I mean, like, to kind of dismiss all of that as not being worth anything, I think is a mistake. I think it's worth a lot. He didn't get the win on the title. I mean, so what? I didn't think he would. I thought he had a chance. But as I said, if there was a gun to my head, I was leaning to Oba retaining. I think they will get it at some point, but yeah, I think we need to be crystal clear on this. That belt, that NXT belt, is for NXT talent to have a run with to get ready for the main roster. It just does not serve WWE much benefit by putting it on a TNA contracted superstar. It's just not of much benefit. It doesn't help WWE much. The only thing it really does is it just pays TNA back a little more for the partnership. So I can sort of understand as to why we're not quick and eager to do that. I can sort of understand why it's not happening on a regular basis. We're trying to build up those stars of tomorrow for WWE. So I think the TNA benefits come from other places, like exposure, like having NXT talent go to your show. And I think they did a big cage match, didn't they? TNA against NXT with a load of NXT talent recently. And, they had Trick on their big show. I mean, we've tuned into a few Slammiversaries and whatever that we wouldn't normally tune into those things. But because of the NXT presence, we've been tuning in. So, I mean, they've been seeing a boost to their viewership. They've been seeing a boost to their attendances. They're breaking attendance records. I mean, it's so hard to make an argument that this is not working for both sides. So I think things are fine, but if you're a diehard TNA fan that feels different, then okay. Right, Elder Sour, shout out to you, my friends, and appreciate it. And Duck Holiday said, I don't like the call-ups. I wish that Trick and Javon had a main roster wrestler for a contract. I don't like the call-ups. I wish Trick and Javon had to face a main roster wrestler for a contract. Okay. I mean, we don't normally do that, though. I mean, like, if you think about the Raw after WrestleMania, we just tend to call people up, who's coming up from NXT kind of a thing. It's not often that you do beat this person and you'll get a contract. Like I'm trying to think when we've ever done that, actually. So this is like the normal way we go about it. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Have we got creative? Yes, we have. Let's go. That is kind of how it works. So okay. But TNA on Sportsnet now in Canada. That's huge for TNA, says K-Dub. Yeah, please for them. Honestly, as I said, I've really enjoyed the partnership. I wasn't sure at first, but it's been great. It's worked really well. Right, let's get the scores for this, shall we? Looks like you lot enjoyed that main event match. If you have got a burning point to make, you just cannot bear for us to part ways now without getting your point across, I want to hear it. So I'm going to get the feedback request up now. Just drop that down there. If you go over to X, I'm going to ask for your feedback. We're going to do a special NXT feedback. Feedback required. What did you think of NXT? You can leave your thoughts about the show, thoughts about the way it ended. You can leave your feedback over there. I'm going to do the breakdown video, and then I'm going to do the opinions video. So there we go. Okay, lovely. That is to that. Oba is going to win the Rumble, much to the chagrin of the racist Saudi fans, said DS Joe. Humpty said, I think it ended beautifully. See, we're going to end on your comment. Daze, would you bring in Sonada and Evil? They're going to be free agents soon and they're leaving New Japan. I don't really watch much New Japan, to be honest with you. I know that they were big deals over there. I don't know. That would be a tricky one. I don't think I know enough about them really to comment. I'm trying to think, like, presentation-wise, how you would present them. I don't know what their English is like. We know that it doesn't translate brilliantly. I mean, we've seen enough people come in from New Japan where it's been a mixed bag. I mean, if you look at... I mean, I was always excited for Gorillas of Destiny to come in, and that's Tamatonga Tongaloa. I don't think it's been very good. I mean, granted, they're very much at the back end of their careers. But, I mean, has Evil got a lot to offer? Has Sonada got a lot to offer? I don't know how old they are. So I don't know how beat down they are. So, I mean, what I would say is it doesn't strike me as a definite yes. I was very interested in Switchblade Jay White when he was available. And I was very interested in Okada, but I knew that was not going to happen. Evil and Sonada doesn't interest me as much. But I think if you're a diehard New Japan fan, you might be like, no, you need them. They're really good and you could do this and this with them. So I'm probably not a great person to ask, to be honest. In regards to, I mean, I tell you what I would like from New Japan, and I don't think you'd get much out of him, right? So you'd only get like a year or 2 years. Maybe you could do a bit of a retirement thing where you go, you know, you bring him in and he says, I always dreamed of being here, and I'm going to retire at the end of 2028 or 2027, yeah? I'm going to retire at the end of 2027, so my time is limited, but I want to give you everything that I've got because I've always dreamed of being here, and just, you know, push him. And whether WWE would do that, I doubt, because they want to build Braun and they want to build up the stars of tomorrow. They don't really want to invest in someone that's only going to be around for a few years. But I'd love to see Naito in WWE. Naito was always one of my absolute favorite New Japan wrestlers. I mean, I loved everything about him. I love his look. He's brilliant in ring. I think that he was the leader of Los Ingobernables, of course, and he was someone that was so charismatic. And I love his sort of story as well about how he felt like he'd been disrespected by New Japan. And so whenever he'd win a title, he'd always drag it behind him, like just wouldn't care about it. Just sort of like, yeah, I'm the champ, but I don't treasure this, you know? It was really cool. He was cool. I always loved Naito, and he was always in a big match at Wrestle Kingdom, you know? And he was like a fan favourite. And I know that he's retired. Well, not retired, but he stepped away, hasn't he, from New Japan? I think he showed up at Wrestle Kingdom the other day. I know that he came back for the Tanahashi retirement match. But he's a free agent right now. I don't think he's signed anywhere. I really hoped that WWE would take it. If he was to be in the Rumble, I would flipping lose it. I would absolutely lose it. That is just one of those. I don't know that it makes sense from a booking point of view. I can't make any argument for it whatsoever. I can't sit here and say that it makes any sense, but it doesn't stop me wanting it, you know? There's plenty of things that don't make sense that people want, you know? I'd love for him to have a run in WWE. And I know people will be like, yeah, but he's 43, 44. He's only got a few years left. His body's beaten down. Like, it doesn't work. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not bothered about your logic. Stop coming in here with your logic. I want it. Yeah, that's how I operate now. I just want that. So, but I'm not going to get it. I'd be sick, though, if he was in the Rumble. But even that, like, do you know what I mean? Even that would be, why have him in the Rumble when you could have someone that WWE fans know? Because I don't know how many people know Naito. If you bring Naito out, he might come out to crickets. And then if you're not going to use him after, then have you just wasted a spot? I don't know. But there'd be some people that would react to that, me being one, because I really like him. And he's not in AEW. They haven't took him. I don't know if he even wants to go there, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with him, but he was always one of my absolute favourites. I would like to see him come in, but it won't happen. Right, Big Time said, I'm going to think that positive view. What if WWE is just going to wait for TNA to debut on AMC? And get better visibility, because it would be good to give your title when no one knows where to find TNA and AXS. Well, yeah, that's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point. I think we should do it, definitely, because I think, you know, it's just that animosity about it not happening is only going to grow and grow and grow, and it's only going to frustrate people more and more and more. So, I mean, we need to nip that in the bud, really. Like, we need to make sure that doesn't get, like, out of control. There's enough of a talking point there where it's bothering people. So I think we really do need to do it. But, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe get that move done and then pull the trigger and, you know, actually make an even bigger deal out of it, you know. So I like that. I like that mindset. I can vibe with that. So right, I think we're done anyway. I need to go and do these videos, otherwise I'll never go and do them. But yeah, really do appreciate it. Appreciate people swinging by. If you don't normally watch NXT, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something from it. As you can tell, there's a little bit of controversy towards that finish, but yeah, we'll see what people say with the feedback. That is up now. You can leave your feedback. I'm going to go and get the breakdown video done. Then I'll do the opinions. And yeah, there will be like unseens and stuff on the way. But yeah, have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. I don't know when I'll see you. I think we're around tomorrow for Evolve. We should be. It is back tomorrow. So I should be around, but many of you will probably see us next on Friday for SmackDown. So thanks for joining, and I'll see you next time.